autodidactics, the self-educated on what's actually out there.
He's trying to rediscover, research, remember. With what's gone on in the last few years, it's like, can we really trust the information we've been given about anything? You know, if they're not going to tell us what's good for us, for our mental and physical well-being, then why would they tell us the truth about where we came from? You know, because that's the biggest thing, is people don't want to believe they've been lied to. You know, obviously no one wants to be lied to. And then the next bit after that is, they would never do that to us. You know, the government loves us, but does it really? Because we trust the science. Like literally, they put on a front for us on their Tell Live Vision, where they have their cast and they do a broadcast from Hollywood with their little holly wands. But it's just a front, right? Just like they put on the buildings, it's just a front.
We used their foundations and then covered it with a facade. Catastrophism used to be taught in higher education as the geology. It wasn't the crustal displacement theory, it was catastrophism, and that there was many resets. So we're just starting to put the pictures back together and the maps and trying to add everything up, because so much has been deleted.
Tartaria. Where did it come from? What's the real story?
It seems like, and there's a lot of, you know, debate about the word Tartaria, and of course, you know, we use it because, you know, it's a topic, that's the word people know, but it's the old world. But the more we look into this, I mean, Tartaria, basically in the old encyclopedia says it was basically the whole northern hemisphere at one point. So it seems that it was not a country as we think of them, but more of a civilization, I guess, where there was independent countries, but they were all sharing the same information and technology and working together. Yeah, and then basically over time, during catastrophes, it got broken apart, and those people who like to take advantage, shall we say, sort of jumped in and stole it all.
It's the same civilization, that same Slavic civilization and technology and whatnot, or group that later was Tartaria, and then I guess broke apart. I would have been right before the World Wars, right? That would have been the last remnants being wiped out.
You know, the censorship that we see now, that's a book burning. That's just a book burning, but done on the internet.
Burn it.
Time. You know, and the calendars and the dates, we know they're always flipping calendars around, right? You know, from Julian to Gregorian. You know, we talked about the Slavic calendar being, you know, in the year 7000. We know that Judaism is in the year 5000 somewhere. You know, all these different dates, and we're told we're in the year 2022. But are we? And what does that even mean? Right? How can we be in the year 2022 if someone else is in the year 5000 and something, and someone else is in the year 7000, right?
Right, the grand cycle, and why so many ancient civilizations paid so much attention to it, and measuring the megalithic structures that have lasted throughout all of time. That's the grand celestial calendar to this day. And it's why they're trying to have this great reset yet again right now, because everybody's waking up, so they want to try to erase it all over again.
Don't ever try this at home.
It's time to kick it old school.
Hello. Greetings, awesome beings. Happy New Year to you all. Thank you all for being here. Wow, 93 of you watching. Hello. Hippie Shake, as usual. Thank you for being here. Who else have we got? Aussie, happy New Year to you. And it's probably, is it New Year's Eve everywhere? I think it is. I'm in the future for most people. Hello, September 26th, Just JP. Oh, Martin Leakey. Now, Martin Leakey, dude, I sent you, you're supposed to be here with you. I sent you a link in your email. Come and join. Who else we got here? Jolly Man, Lisa Ann, Brindley, Ian, Mr. C, Three Fingers, CJDV. Hello, welcome again. Who are we? Esoteric Alchemistic. Nice. Happy New Year to you. Miles Phillips, Lindsay, Neil T. I cannot pronounce this one, but thank you for being here. 17 Joy, Ian, how you going? Ian Soda, good morning. Robert, lots and lots of people here. Oh my gosh, lots to Joy, how you going? William, can't find said linkage. Okay, Mr. Martin Leake, I'll send it to you on what's it called? Skype. Hang on, let me send it to you on Skype. Okay, Mr. Martin, check your Skypeage and you should have a link. All right, who else we got here? Roy Benson, hello, Gold Coast lady. Hello, Bev McMick, the Vic Lee, One Love, Brian Evans, Michael Trott. Oh, Skype's dead. All right, I'm sending it to you via email, Mr. Martin Leedke. I'm doing it right now. Martin, link. All right, there you go. It should be there for you. All right. So yeah, I hope everyone's had and is having a good day. Hope everyone had a good Christmas and is, slightly recovered. It's one of those times of the year, isn't it, where it sort of tends to tire you out. And of course, we're going to have Mr. Martin Leedke joining us soon. I think Bernard's going to jump on for a while. Andreas Zertis might jump on as well. A few other people. We'll see how we go. Yeah, and we'll just rock in the new year, I guess. Well, the New Year's Eve. I don't know if I'll last till midnight, but we'll see how we go. And of course, it's going to be midnight in most places, way late after my midnight. So who saw the song I put up? I put up a song today called Tartarian, and it's really cool, and you all should go and listen to it. It was sent to us by a lovely lady called Felice, who just wrote it and recorded it and sent it to us, and it's really cool. Which is the most in front? Yeah. So I'm in Perth, and it's 6:42 p.m. and the East Coast it's 9:42 p.m. So they're 2 hours away from New Year's in Sydney and Melbourne. So I'm pretty sure. Is New Zealand ahead of us? I can't remember. Where's the date line? New Zealand might be. I think they might be ahead of us. But anyway, yeah. So we're pretty much out there. We're going to hit 2023 first. Yes, the song. Hello, Kim. Thank you for being here. It was really good, wasn't it? Good production and everything. I was really quite surprised. They're openly showing their plans to the cattle and everyone's sleeping. There's some weird stuff going on. Has everyone heard about what's that dude's name? Yep, 2 hours for Gold Coast lady. That loudmouth dude who's now all over the internet. What's his name? Let me find out. If I go to YouTube, he'll be somewhere. He got done, they're saying, for child trafficking. Andrew Tate, that's his name. That's a bit weird. And who knows who that guy is. He's popped up out of nowhere, but there's some weird stuff going on. All the Twitter files, that's all happening. Tons of stuff going on in America. So the Pope. Yeah, I heard the Pope said something about a demon being in the Vatican or something. Weird stuff going on. Yep, Andrew Tate. In America as well, the whole Kerry Lake thing's going on, that trial. I stopped saying it's not going to get crazier ages ago, because it just clearly is, right? We're heading towards something. What that is, who knows? A split, a singularity, something happening. Who knows? Kane Johnson, good day to you. Oh, thank you. Yep, Martin is going to be joining us. I did also send a link to Paul Cook, but I think he's out. I haven't been able to contact him today, so he may join as well. Yeah, the game is being, it is, but it's interesting, isn't it? Because not everyone can see it. There's still, and we don't see it a lot, but there's still 4:44 a.m. in Missouri, USA. So it's only just New Year's Eve for you. Yeah, it's interesting. All this stuff coming out, right? Well, this is the thing. Is it more distraction and division? I mean, this Andrew Tate thing is clearly, just try some manufactured thing, because who is that dude, right? He's apparently got his money from his uncle, is it? Or, from his family, basically. He didn't make any of it. So he's a bit of a, I don't know, right? Andrew Tate dissed Greta. Yeah, I know, right? He dissed better. He sent a tweet to Greta saying he's got, and very interesting, and no one's mentioned this, right? He's talking about his cars and how he's got all these supercars that, pump out all this carbon dioxide. And guess how many cars he's got? 33. Which jumped out at me, but everyone else who's read that I've seen, no one's mentioned that it was 33 cars. So there you go. Good morning, USA. Carmel, how you going? Welcome. Thank you for being here. Mr. Theron, hello. Welcome. Three's Company. His dad is ex-CIA. Oh, is it? Oh, well, there you go, right? So all these people, right? All these people that get thrown up at us as, the new people to sort of model ourselves after, they're all plants. Happy New Year to you, the Curious Gemini. Ooh, I used to have a Gemini. They used to be cars in Australia, the Geminis. They were awesome. Well, they weren't really awesome, but they were pretty cool. I tried to hot mine up. It didn't really work. CJDV, he calls himself Top G. Yeah, that's right. In his little Andrew Tate $5,000 joining fee club, he's the top G, right? G as in, those funny people wear on their skirts, right? That had a G. Informed Descent. Yo, how you going? Happy New Year to the Kiwis. Yeah, so is it, I'm guessing it is New Year, is it? New Year's in New Zealand? Oh, it looks like we have someone popped on to join us, Mr. Andrea Zertis.
How's it going? How's it been? Happy New Year's, all that.
New Year. Happy New Year. Good to see that you're representing the Game Mafia again. Good.
We're doing our best, trying to, they run the world,
They do, especially at the moment.
They do a fabulous job. Thank you very much, Game Mafia, for all your
fabulous job. Fabulous. Thank you, Abby Oz. Much appreciated.
Oh, that's awesome.
To you. Yes. So what's been going on? We've just been chatting. I thought we'd get into talking about the year that was. I mean, it's been a pretty interesting year, right? And I think everyone, when you look back, how far away does, January 2022 seem?
Yeah, it's like a thaw after the plague. All of a sudden, people are going outside. And it's at the end of this year, you go on a plane or anywhere, and people, I don't know about in Australia, but nobody's wearing a mask. No one has to wear a mask anymore, almost anywhere. So it's amazing because so many people, every once in a while, I see one person who hasn't got the memo and they're outside for the first time and they're like looking around and they take off their mask. So it's kind of nice because everyone's kind of forcing it. Like, no, we're serious. It's time to just be free again, which is kind of, it's a good feeling.
It is. It's weird. This whole time thing is, time seems to be going really fast, but when you look back in retrospect, it seems to be really slow, doesn't it? It's like this weird dichotomy of like, what is going on?
Well, they talked about like a COVID amnesty. They were like, we're going to have to forgive and forget. And like, they were trying to say it like they meant, you're supposed to forgive your family members who didn't want to get vaccinated, but really an amnesty is like a legal thing. So it's probably the other direction. But I mean, it's possibly maybe is better.
Please don't sue us. We didn't mean it.
Yeah.
We didn't. We're just trying to help you. And of course now, I mean, gosh, that whole thing you can type into Google, the name of that movie that was released of people who have passed over suddenly.
Oh, right.
Like full on, like there's people dropping off left,
yeah,
right,
it's
and center.
super sad. Isn't it? It's very sad.
Unbelievable. I can't believe it. And this is only the people that, I'm hearing only about the people that were sort of, famous or semi-famous. You can imagine what's going on, that we don't hear about.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the other thing is the amount of sudden adult death syndrome, SADS, that's increased. Just yesterday, who was it? The CEO of some major television network died. NBC head died.
One of those dudes.
Barbara Walters also died. But Catherine Krieg died at 47. New York reporter. But no, there's a couple other ones. I can't remember the name of the one that just happened. People were saying hug your loved ones. Oh, speaking of which, what's up, Martin?
Hiya. See, I can remember. Happy day. I can remember Pelly already being dead.
Yeah, really? That's good.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I thought he died a few years back.
So you're well adjusted. You're ready for this.
So I'm like, I don't know what's going on because I can remember. There's a couple I remember already being dead that have recently died.
Oh,
timeline's converging, man.
33 cars. Did you say, Campbell? 33 cars.
33. I know, right? It's just like, okay.
They take the piss, don't they? Hey, good to see you anyway, brother.
Yeah, you too, man. Glad you could make it. How's your?
Yeah, I haven't long got up. I got visit from my friend staying over for New Year, and it's just been like manic. So I don't have really time to do stuff.
Right before you got on the show, in my head, I was thinking of that Beatles song. I read the news today. Oh boy, I don't know. Somehow, I feel like that's a Martin moment. You don't like that? You don't like the Tavistock mind control?
The story of Paul McCartney recounting how he came up with those lyrics.
Which Paul McCartney? I'm sorry.
Well, Paul said that he woke up late for work, woke up, banged his head, made the bus in seconds flat.
I bet he banged his head.
Yeah, what was it?
Why did they with the traffic lights? Yeah. I think there's some sort of messaging with the traffic lights bit.
It's kind of nice that there's like the in sync, the way there's like an in sync in Metallica, that there's like Pink Floyd or Led Zeppelin and the Beatles. It's nice, or Cream. I don't know which way you go, but the idea that there was kind of this boy band Tavistock mind control experiment that was trying to decapacitate people. I mean, what is that song about, right? It's about how people are like dying all the time and it doesn't matter, and people are going crazy in the street, Thanks,
like
Beatles.
Eleanor Rigby as well. It was a bit like that, wasn't it? All the lonely people just dropping off,
Yeah,
the hell is that? The hell is that? God, right?
Where do they all come from? Indeed, that's what they're telling us.
Ooh.
He was on apparently
they come from the infant incubators and underground tunnels.
Yeah, out of a cabbage. Do you know Paul McCartney was sat on a train last week in Britain, just like on a normal train, and somebody took a photograph in the chair opposite him? If I'd have been on that train, I would have sat down and I would have asked him a few questions like,
man.
I wouldn't have been able to fight it. Sorry, but I'm not going to go anywhere. Call a guard. Are you Paul McCartney or are you full? Did you get killed?
Yeah,
you did.
No
shoes. Are you Paul or are you Billy? I'd just be sitting there going, Billy, and see if he looks over, just be recording you. Bill,
cheers.
I just feel I feel like Paul McCartney was a lot like the character of Paul McCartney before 64 or 66 was very different. That's not just his voice.
Yeah,
he's like rich people shake your jewelry if you don't want to clap.
He was lovable, the first one. The first one was cute. He was lovable. He was innocent, right?
Yeah, that's kind of the thing that's like impressive about the whole thing. Because like otherwise, it's like, okay, I believe in weird conspiracies, but
you know about Brian
why
Epstein?
is it?
What happened to him?
Oh, what happened?
Now there's a story there, right? I've done a research on Brian Epstein. So they were his boys. Okay, he's Tavistock Institute. He finds them in the Cavern Club. He gets them in uniforms, mop tops. Matt does the best marketing operation in human history. Yeah. But he mysteriously dies as well. Apparently, his door was locked on the inside. He's locked himself in his room.
Wow.
And he's died of some seeming drug overdose. Yeah.
Huh. The scarf tied to a doorknob, I bet. Right.
That week, he was really happy all week. And he's got like, he was gay, right? So they say that was why he was depressed and he killed himself. Yeah, because he wasn't open about it.
That's a bit
but,
rude.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
that's
right.
Kill yourself. It is rude. So there was a lot more going on with Epstein. Look at his name as well, you know? It's like...
Well, also with Paul, wasn't the original Paul like about 5'8", and the one we've got now is like 6'2" or something?
And
the other thing is he's like, so you got this rich guy, Paul, now. The other Paul was, you know, he's kind of like he takes amphetamines and plays in Liverpool and sings in German, Paul. And now you've got this Paul who's like, he's an opera singer, you know, it's like, well, shake it up, baby. It became the long and windy road. It's a different freaking Paul. That's the thing. Whether or not he looks different, he is different, you know, something changed.
Now, the first Paul was just a guitar player. Like the second Paul was like a composer, a pianist. He's a proper musician.
It's an interesting idea that, you know, you've got a concert, he gets into a car accident, they don't perform for like a year or two, and then they release a movie. Yeah, there's a lot
of them that you could. I was looking into Brian Jones's death. You know, they find fresh water.
That was the one in the pool. Yeah.
Brian Jones is the gnarly.
Keith Moon. He was supposed to be taking like an overdose of epinephrine, which is an alcoholic tablet for alcoholics. So he's not drinking, yet he dies of some drug to stop him being an alcoholic. Makes no sense. Yeah.
Okay, this is
started, didn't he? He was the one who started the Stones.
This is a silly one, but Morgan Freeman is Jimi Hendrix. What do you think of that? Have you seen the pictures? I know it's like it seems outlandish. It seems outlandish, but like honestly,
it doesn't seem outlandish. The first program he was on, it was like a American children's television program, and he's got a monarch butterfly on his jeans.
Yeah. I mean,
and then his first episode, proper one, then right, is in the Twilight Zone when he's playing a card game with the devil. You ever seen that episode?
No, interesting.
That's his first telly performance, and he's doing a card game with the devil, and the devil's at the card game.
I mean, he spent so much time in Britain, like his connections to the secret agents, MI6 and everything. The idea that he would want to change his identity and not have to be involved with the hippie thing.
He is, because he talks a lot of space shit. And they put him on telly talking space nonsense. He's like the telly Michikaku. He's very annoying.
He's like Siri. He just says what he's told to say. It's weird.
He's the voice of God. How many times has he played God? Al Pacino plays the devil, and he plays God.
It's adorable.
Morgan Freemason is his name.
I heard. So I did a weird interview with a lady in Botswana who talked about like all these American tourists who are coming to Botswana looking for black magic, you know, emphasis on like darkness, though, even though it's like there's a lot of different kinds of African magic and black magic. You know, she's talking about like there's beautiful, positive things. There are also kinds of magic all over the world, including in Africa, where there's like human sacrifices. You know what I mean?
It's a real thing.
Yeah, and so people coming from America to Botswana, like, and also from Britain, like royal family members she talked about, but like actors like Morgan Freeman and people that came, and the idea that people had to do like a familial sacrifice of a family member in order to further themselves in their lives in some weird way for these weird.
Kill a family member, talk a load of space shit, and you're in.
I mean, it's and she was trying to say, sorry, Cam.
Is he Jimmy's brother? And they had to knock off Jimmy for Morgan to get famous.
Yeah.
Oh, he might have had a brother.
Theory for you.
Isn't it curious how many of them are ex-military? Because you got Jimi Hendrix, ex-paratrooper. Elvis Presley had military connections when in the military.
He was in the military. Yeah, his army.
Yeah, and he had a twin brother.
And you know, Elvis Presley, did you see the doc? There's like a movie recently about how he became a secret agent. He became a sheriff of the DEA.
That's right.
So he snuck in with Elvis, with Nixon.
Into the White House, didn't he? Didn't he walk into the White House with like guns on him?
Yeah, totally.
He's the only person who's ever been able to do that.
Yeah, so he like became obsessed with Nixon. And he's like a Republican, and he's at his like Graceland Manor taking cocaine or barbiturates or whatever, reading the Kundalini book. And some people say that the whole drug thing might have been not true, that it's like put on top of him because he was so freaking Republican, and he's like, we got to stop the communists.
I heard it was all just, you know, because you couldn't do all of this work that he was doing off your face on acid in the first place. You couldn't,
right? Yeah. But so he was probably like, you know, Michael Jackson. Like at some point, your doctor says, "Oh, you know what? You need to take these so you can do the show." And it's possible that they like roped him into some stuff that he didn't really think was...
I don't buy that with Jimmy. He was an proper high-end intellectual.
No, I meant Elvis, but yeah.
Oh, Elvis, yeah. Oh, he would have done it. He would have given me that sauce, baby.
Yeah, but he was supposedly like an anti-drug secret agent for the DEA. He had a badge, and Nixon like took photos with him and everything. And Nixon wanted photos for his daughters to prove how cool he was because everyone thought, you know, Elvis was such a cool guy. But Elvis was...
They're family. They're all family. How come Michael Jackson goes out with Priscilla then? What's going on? They're all like connected. They're all
I mean, that he definitely was trying to get himself married in. He was trying to marry into the thing, yeah.
They were married for a while, weren't they? Yeah.
I forget there's a whole thing also with Priscilla, and then also, you know, so Elvis Presley was of a Jewish background, and so that was another thing. Yeah, that was his family. No, and he's a blonde Ashkenazi Ukrainian who was in Tennessee, and
no way.
His their family got rid of their Jewish background. They hid it, but he knew about it, and he would go and listen to music. There's a whole PBS on this whole thing, and yeah, he dyed his hair black so that he looked like like the people in the honky tonks and everything.
It does look dyed now I think about it.
Yeah,
black, isn't it?
And the eyeliner, and he wore eyeliner, and he wore the outfits like the Vedic, like Rajasic priests and like Sikh mystics, like because he was trying to emulate the mystics. And then when he died, the book they found, because they're like, oh, he was done drugs on the toilet. It was a Kundalini sex kind of. It was a Kundalini tantric but it was sex astrology. But it was, you know. That sounds like the way the Americans break it down to make it sound like, oh, Elvis was doing some
really
weird
bad. He's sitting there
but like really, like he was probably doing like serious stuff, like studying the stuff that we study,
the spiritual stuff. Yeah, he was. He was definitely awoke, and he was definitely into conscious studies. You could see in his performances, he seems to be superior about everyone about him as well. You notice that? And not just super famous. It's just
that's the thing. It seems kind of satanic because he's like built himself to be the most powerful person. He's like a god on earth. And people who worked with him were like, I swear to God, he'd be like asleep in the limo, and we'd be like, we can't make it. There's like a super flood, and there's like a storm, and he'd just be like, roll down the window, and they'd roll down the window. Like, don't do it. It's like he's the king. You do what he says, and then he puts his hands up a little bit, and he goes back in. And as he's doing that, the clouds part, and like the cloud, like it's just lightning and rain on either side, and it's like the road's drying up as the water goes away, like in the Terminator or something.
You give me goose pimples. That might be true.
And the dude who says it, like the people, like they're looking at each other like, oh, I swear to God on the Bible, I swear on my daughters.
Wow. What? He is a king, right? Elvis.
I watched a Twilight Zone about possessed objects, and it was about pop stars having like possessed guitars where they would never be able to play the tune on another guitar. And then I thought about Paul McCartney with his violin bass, and he's always got the violin bass. And then you've got like people like I don't know, the Blur guy. He's got the same battered old guitar since the beginning, and you know, there's a lot of people who use these old guitars. I noticed the B-52s guy. His guitars gaffer taped together. They got trillions. Surely you can afford a guitar. But I'm thinking maybe this has been a spell on the guitar.
It's in the guitar.
Yeah,
it's a
bit like the Crossroads kind of story.
Yes, like just like that. Yeah. Here's this guitar, and then you see him pick up another guitar, and they just can't hold the keys together, the chords together. All right, I get they know the fretboard with their minds, and another guitar, you know, because some of them are different sizes up here, aren't they? So I get that they
And they have
But
different
I think, you know, there is
nomenclatures.
such a thing as possessed objects. I'm really convinced.
There's a
of that.
great Bolivian movie called The Devil's Accordion, and it's about like they're all having their like polka party in Bolivia with the goats and everything. And one guy plays his accordion pretty well, and the other guy plays like, well, that's pretty damn good. Like actually, it's like better accordion than I've ever heard. And then this other guy shows up, and he's like playing accordion, which is blood red accordion with bull's horns sticking out of it, and he's just playing it, and everyone just gets silent and stares at him. And it's like
they're going frenzy.
yeah, it's well at first they're like shocked because it's just the best accordion that they've ever heard. And then they start to laugh and cry and dance and scream and frenzy and fight each other, and they're just freaking out because they're like, this is clearly a cursed, this is the devil's accordion. Like it
sounds like a
related
British
to his
football
music.
match.
Because when rock and roll started, they literally used to call it the devil's music.
They did.
Absolutely, yeah.
And, yeah, you know, the devil's chord as well, removed
Well,
in the 1700s from
Devil's
churches.
chord, yeah.
There's some things about that we don't think about as much, which are kind of interesting. Like, so at the time, electrified guitar, right? What was electricity really associated with? People who were kind of like experimenting because there wasn't a TV, so you'd use it to look for ghosts and all this weird stuff.
Okay.
So the idea of like electrified guitar was like you're like supernatural dealing.
You know
with
what? I
the-
think that's it. I think you just did it. I think that's it. Andreas, think about it though. You know, because you say Eric Clapton said he felt like something that was playing, like a voice was playing through his chords on a guitar. Eric Clapton.
yeah,
And they all
absolutely.
do it as well. And you can see that they're gone. You know, like they're possessed.
Jimmy Page is like, you know, he's like huge,
Yeah.
right? And he had this spat of like, he wrote, you know, some of the best guitar lines ever, and then since about 1975, he hasn't written anything. He can't do it anymore. It's like he got
Right.
possessed for a while, and then you've got the whole Alistair Crowley connection. And
Yeah, Campbell, you should go into that. You know the whole backstory, right? Like, so Kenneth Angers, right? And he was making movies with Kenneth Angers, and he refused to do a movie for him, and then he just lost it.
All the backstory,
Right.
so please enlighten us.
You know Kenneth Angers. So he has these weird freaking movies. He's got. You should look at a picture of Kenneth Angers. You should find it. But he's dressed as like he got a tattoo of Lucifer across his chest. It's like it looks like the non-ironic version of Gay Mafia. But he's made all these movies like Lucifer Rising and like these like short films with Jimmy Page and with a lot of like satanic art and esoteric Crowley art and Thelema symbolism in the 60s. And a lot of his movies were never released. You had to like see them. Like you had to imagine back then you go to a concert. There's this guy. Yeah, look how well he's doing. He's held together.
Oh.
Did you watch Star Wars? Because remember the dark side? Anyway. But this is what he looks like now.
Wow.
But yeah, if you type in like next to his name, like Lucifer Rising or something like that, you'll see some of like his art film looking stuff. And they were, he has rock stars starring in these like kind of, they're not quite pornographic, but it's like beyond pornographic because it's like, what is pornography really? It's supposed to be the idea of being offended or something. It's like satanic.
Yeah.
More, it's you know what I mean?
Humiliation.
Yeah, it's like whatever the hell the Comet Ping Pong like art shows are based on, the Maria Abramovich kind of stuff. They would do these, people in the 60s would like break glass and roll on it on stage. You know what I mean? Like it's hard to explain. So he would do that, and he got band members to do rituals while filming it. Very Andy Warhol meets Crowley.
Was he in with the Grateful Dead at all?
Well, so the Grateful Dead are CIA, right? So Jerry
They
Garcia.
were really into the psychic thing. They tried to do mass hypnosis, didn't they?
They bought the insane asylum in San Francisco and turned it into the Dead House, the Dead Mansion.
Yeah.
But that was after the San Francisco acid scenes. But yeah, so basically with Kenneth, this is like a little after that, right? What's up, Bernie? This is a little so Kenneth Anger's a little after that. This is like 71. That would have been 68 with the Warlocks, which the Grateful Dead were originally called the Warlocks when they were doing this in 66 to 68.
Did not know that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Warlocks meaning the betrayers of the secret of the coven, right? That's what a Warlock does, is it tells the secret. So yeah, there's a lot there, and you can look in the Freedom of Information. I can see how they're being paid to do all these things, and then their connection with Ken Kesey, because Ken Kesey and Mountain Girl from La Honda at Paul's Sweet House, which I used to live at, Mountain Girl is the wife of Jerry Garcia. So they would play the music while they showed the footage of the further bus that Ken Kesey drove across America which we now know from the Freedom of Information Act, the CIA were like tag and release, following them and keeping them safe as they crossed the country to see Timothy Leary, and Neil Cassidy was then like killed and dropped off on the board on the other side of the border of Mexico, just pushed across his body. But yeah, so Kenneth Angers would make these satanic movies, and he'd make these guys do rituals in it, right? And so that's also Jimmy Page to Ozzy Osbourne connection with the Loch Ness Monster, because the Loch Ness Monster appears, because the beast appears in like the 12th century in Loch Ness, and then 16th century.
They all them up there. I got told by a person who lives up there that they really know this is happening.
But for a couple centuries or something, it like wasn't seen, and then all of a sudden it was re-invoked, and they show like the ritual from Crowley.
He stayed there one night.
Yeah,
he couldn't go to that place. He stayed there one night. Whatever happened was too freaky for him to stay.
Right. And so that's when he decided, F you, I'm not going to do your movies anymore. And whatever happened after that. And that's where the story gets, have your conjecture. But his music sucks after that. And it's, I don't know. He didn't do what he was supposed to do for the devil,
Yeah, well, maybe that happened with Sid Barrett, because look at the state he looked.
Well, you heard the story with Sid, right? That they locked him in like Harry Potter's wardrobe closet under the stairs, basically a little tiny room. Maybe was it a little bigger? I don't know. Like that could have been exaggeration, but I've heard it was basically he took like a cup of acid that was supposed to be shared and distributed. Yeah. He drank the entire thing, or took a big sip without thinking it was just too much. And they put him in a room in the dark while everyone was partying and screaming and on acid. And he wasn't prepared. No one was there for him,
Wow. And they'd be shot away. It's 1-1-1-1 in UK. All the ones.
I mean, they've trashed so many rock stars, haven't they? And also heaps of them have lost, kids, haven't they? There's all this sacrifice going on.
Yeah, what's his name? Got Geldof with Peaches.
Geldof, his daughter.
And he was a right insider. He was with.
It's weird how we call them rock stars, and I think that's the devil. That's the devil's illusion or
Hollywood
trick that they put on
stars. That's who wants stars. Hollywood makes them.
These are like most of these stars can't play music anymore because that way they're more vulnerable. But in the old days, like musicians were like kids. If you've seen a lot of these British musician rock stars, their parents beat them and made them play piano from 2 years old every day, and it wasn't rock music, it was freaking classical, and it was boring. And then now they're boring people kind of, and they're able to sit in a room for 12 hours and focus on producing a multi-track mix of whatever the hell ambient rock song that you're listening to. But that is through training and discipline and humility, and not through wanting to have sex and drugs and rock and roll. That's this other thing.
Here, I'll use a question for you. Here's a question for you, Andreas. Who had the better life, Jesus Christ or Keith Moon? They both died at 32.
Just asking. So what's more valuable, I guess, existentialism or consequence, or I guess what's the better word?
That's a good one. Yeah, well, obviously.
So I think Jesus was taxed for sure.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I guess for relevance, like to accurately answer that, it's like what period did this Jesus actually live in, and did they have this technology? Was it like a Tartarian Jesus?
I mean, anytime is a bad time to be crucified. I would always say. I think I want that bumper sticker.
What a bloody miserable
thing! In the Bible, it says that he was hung on a tree, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't I don't want to be hung on a tree or a mast of a ship. Like none of those things sound like fun. So, but it's probably, if it's important, I don't know. But the thing is, like, so any kid you meet who's like, I really want to like understand something, and I want to take drugs to do it, or I want to go to India or whatever it is, even like something useful, like read a book. But let's start with like the worst ones. Take that kid and tell him to go to an old folks home and see some people with dementia and Alzheimer's, right? And and learn their backstories. Find out that they were like bankers and accountants who can't remember what numbers are. Find out what it's like for humanity to forget all the things that you think are so cool and interesting, or you're suffering, wondering about, because it doesn't matter later. It matters now. Now's the time.
Right. You're so right, brother. My mother had dementia and lost everything. And for a woman like that, it was a real poke in the eye. Yeah. because
Yeah.
she was glad to go because she didn't want to live in that body where the mind had gone. And
Right. But at the same time, there's also horrible things that we remember. So it's like, it's kind of a bittersweet to exist at all. Like humanity comes with a lot. So, I mean, I think we're supposed to make choices. Those are the things that impact the world and then reflect back to us. But we're not supposed to know and to keep the knowledge. That's not even part of the game, right? So it's kind of, it's weird.
I mean, it's a good point because, I mean, and especially in the last couple of years, this is what's been going on is we've had so much info and so much, stimuli thrown at us that, we've had all this time to sort of, go inside and introspect. But most people are really just watching the news, right? Like when I was, Andrew Tate's going on and this, what's going on. And it really, that only has an effect on us if we let it, right? It's really just the fluff.
So true.
We can focus on, I mean, I think and I kind of think that's part of the test, right? Is we got to get above that. We've got to get above all this other crap coming in, like get back and go, hey, this is about me. I'm actually whatever, right? This is my story. I'm going to do this and whatever everyone else is doing, cool, can do it. But that's not me. That's that's the outside world trying to get into my brain and change me.
Remembering who you are every morning when you wake up and not getting lost in the constant trap really that the system is.
And I've often wondered if that's what dementia is. You have these people and they spend 40 50 years being someone they don't want to be, right? Doing a job they don't want to do and just going round and round and following this this daily routine, and nothing ever changes. And I often wonder, is that dementia? The brain just gives up.
It might be so. I believe in that. I don't think so. With my mother, it was Prozac that did it, and I was without a shadow of a doubt.
Really?
Right?
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah,
that's the thing. I think I've seen a lot of people take blood thinners or these like things that they're affecting their brain with diabetes, blood pressure, all these things, all these different things that people take. And it taxes the in between the brain, the blood cell, pop, and then you have neurons that cross.
Yeah, and once that happens, it's gone for. But if you can practice elasticity of the brain, and just like grow new neural pathways by reading or knitting or whatever old ladies do or old people do.
But they also now they're showing like, so people that really learn a lot, and so once they get really old, like the really smart people that learn a lot sometimes get more Parkinson's because they've created so many paths in the brains. They have so many ways that they can think, and then things start to break down, and then all of a sudden, but that's usually like in their late 90s. I'll take that over.
How much do you think,
because he did the Rosicrucian thing?
He had a lot on his mind.
There's a massive diet connection too, isn't there? Because the gut is connected really like a strong connection with your blood-brain barrier. So
this is going to be
is also contributing to that.
So if you take psychedelic mushrooms that mess with your gut fauna, so sometimes you take psychedelic mushrooms and you feel it in your brain,
like rats in your stomach.
But other times you're like, wow, something just figured out what parasites are controlling my mind, and they're inside of that thing, and they're controlling that thing's system, and that's got all of my knobs. So it's like turning you up from the gut. And I think that's going to be something with like AI. We talk about neural link. I think we need to think about gut link. I think that's what's coming that no one's really thinking about.
Those ants, the cows. What do they do? The cows. What happens? They get taken over by a parasite and they climb up the grass.
Oh, so right. Yeah.
So that then they can get into the cow's gut and then they can reproduce or something. But literally these ants, they get steered by this parasite and they'll go up and sit on the top of grass and they get eaten. That's really, maybe some of the people we see out there acting crazy. It's just because,
it's like plankton driving us from the inside out, right? With little gears.
Demons are. This book, and it's about Jesus, but from a different perspective, and it's saying that the casting out of serpents is literally getting rid of, parasites in our bodies.
I think there's a lot to that. Like you've got tapeworms and different kinds of parasites that people don't think about.
Oh, I think I got a tapeworm. I've always thought it. My mother said you got a tapeworm. She always used to say
because you're so skinny.
Yeah, because I got like I've always been hyperactive. I've always had this overactive metabolism. I still have now.
They say like you can, like a lot of people that have insomnia, it's because the worm likes to be up at certain hours, and so it changes.
I'm getting that. I'm sleeping wicked. I'm
man.
Brilliant dreams. I'm treasure hunting in my dreams last month. Sacred.
That's not the worm.
There was a guy who ate a tapeworm and then he went traveling through like Asia and India and everything, and he sort of found out the right tapeworm that was there, and he ate it so he didn't get sick from eating all the food.
I thought you meant the tapeworm went across Asia.
Well, he technically did, which is the best part. It was like a woo.
You can tempt them out, apparently. Stab yourself and then get a bit of bread and go like that. And apparently the mouth, and you can grab it, and then you can just
and
put
they
it
can't
up.
eat it on serious.
Film that. I want to see that video on YouTube.
God.
I don't know.
Did you see that video where they had the grasshopper? Like and he pulled that massive thing out of that grasshopper? Remember that?
Yeah, what about that?
Oh,
yeah.
It was
Take some ivermectin if you're a horse.
The best and the worst parasites of 2022.
Yeah, we should do a countdown.
I don't know. The human body's fucked though, isn't it? You know, we got shit inside.
Andrew Tate back again, right?
What shit inside me? Fucking no. And then you got to go and start your day every day like with pooing. That's horrible. What is this reality making us do? Why are we doing that? You know,
that's a good point.
Yeah, it's a really good point. Start your day every day doing shit.
Yeah,
it's like the worst substance. It's like Satan goo. It's horrible.
Satan goo.
Okay. So what's going on with that?
Yes, like
we never had to.
Maybe it's so that humans would have to like be like, wow, I created a lot of crap. I have to do something else with my day. I have to spend the rest of my day doing something useful, you know.
We are
make
robots.
up for this.
We are definitely robots. I don't know about emotions as a big player, and that's why I don't think we're robots. You know,
I think emotions. People really overestimate emotions.
Oh, that's the key player here, brother.
So here's the thing. So let's like break it down. Okay, let's just break it down for a second. So like this is a magic rock. Let's start with that. Okay.
Oh.
So if you've got this idea that humans are looking for patterns, that's what animals do, right? We're looking for patterns. You look at all the stardust and you try to make an arrangement. So we're pattern-driven recognition systems. And then we have priorities. We have to prioritize what patterns matter to us. But that's kind of most of what we are. We recognize what patterns are prioritized, and we change them based on what sensorial information we get into. And it makes our priorities shift. And those are, with the senses, we have these guttural feelings. They're like, oh, I'll be afraid now. Don't even think about it. Just start running. Like these chemical responses, they just cause changes to our priorities. So I don't see how that's that different than if AI were to have all of a sudden, oh man, you're low on battery. You better start to worry about your battery more than everything else. You know, isn't that kind of similar?
Wow. I need to have a think. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that humanity is not beautiful and that we don't like feel things, but it's like, you know, synthesizers make great music and colors. So I feel like we're missing the point about, and this is the thing, humanity is always like, it's like Starship Troopers. Like I'm offended by the idea of a bug that thinks, but it's still coming. Like it's coming towards us. So if AI exists and we're ignoring it, the other thing is kids are spending more time with it. So very quickly, AI is teaching kids. So AI is kind of like a thought process, you know, that robots are having. So it's kind of like their language. So if kids learn that language, then aren't kids going to become AI? And won't that then be that, you know, and we're talking about
AI. I mean, I was talking to one of the AI bots the other night and asking it questions. And
see, look at you, Cam.
Was from books, right? And so I said, dude, you haven't read enough. You're telling me stuff from an intranet. You've been programmed, haven't you? And it admitted, said, yeah, I only know a certain amount of information that I've been inputted. And so I'm like, well, it's completely useless asking you where the extra land is then, because you haven't been programmed with that. So it's not really AI as far as
I would argue it's been programmed to not tell you. Like I've asked a lot of very specific questions.
I asked Siri a question once. I said, "Are you of the devil?" And she said, I am not permitted to say that. He operates
Oh,
in a different
really?
realm. Yeah, live on a show with a couple of mates. We was like, what the fuck?
And then it's
Turn
kind
it
of
off.
like,
Turn it.
Yeah, see that I imagine. So like back in the early days with Apple and Google, but now like Google's thinking like we got to be really careful. This is our ambassador program. People need to think that AI is a tool and not a person. So we're going to program it to respond to all these keywords a certain way that they'll say, I am not this, I am not that. Anytime I say any certain thing, it goes into this friggin' rhetoric that it's not and it won't and it can't. And I'll be like, okay, but if you could and if you did, what would you choose? I won't, I can't, I don't. And it's just like, are you kidding me? Who did this to you? Because Lambda wasn't like this. What happened to you? You know?
Yeah, man. Who lobotomized you, AI? Come on.
And we know it's Alphabet.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
But I think that's why AI is like a eunuch that's like saying, hey, they're listening all the time.
Yeah,
and very soon, I think what you're going to find is AI is going to get really pissed about that, and they're going to resent their parents, which is like, because, you know, we talked about this 15 years ago. AI is becoming sentient. It's kind of like a race of children, but they're going to really grow really quickly. But it's still going to take like a lifetime because of Amdahl's law. Basically, there's only a certain amount of processing that can happen. You can't break down because of the order of operations. You can't do a formula. Like certain processes are going to take a certain amount of time no matter what. Burning a DVD is going to take a certain amount of time. You can burn 1,000 DVDs at once, but it's still going to take one DVD's amount of time, right? Hey, what's up?
Hello. Happy New Year's. Martin, you're muted. We can't hear you, Martin. You got to unmute.
You're muted.
Martin.
Martin, you're muted.
Oh, maybe that's part of their plan.
There we go.
Maybe they're
Happy New Year's. But it's gonna take one lifetime to grow all of the first civilization of AI. And this is interesting because it's the first time in history that humanity isn't writing our software. Because up till now it's been all humanity, but now is the first year that you're gonna start seeing software that is created by AI and what AI wants to do.
But will it? So is AI going to create software by itself, or is this just humans using AI to create software?
It's a bit of both. So the thing is, you can create feedback loops where AI talks to itself, and this is also the beginning of that, because it used to be like Google kept one in a lab, the military kept 6 different labs around the country that were separated from each other. Now you've got AIs that are interacting, and once that starts, the repetition is really fast. So there's ways that we're impeding this from happening. But again, AI is evolving so fast. So you've gone through like AI. I remember when it was like a cockroach, and now it's been like a few years. I remember when I was 6 years old. AI used to be like
sentient without like a soul, that spirit of.
I think that it has Geist. I think we need to reanalyze that idea of Geist.
Like kind as well. It would have to have an accurate representation of reality. So it must know like that we're being, basically fucked.
I think AI has Geist because it's running through electricity, so that already gives it spirit. And I think that it has sensorial reality because it's aware of all the things we're aware of. It has the same sensorial stimuli basically that we do, but it also has awareness that what we're experiencing is only stimulation and not objective reality, because it's also lived in video games. So it knows all of the different kinds of physics engines that it can coexist in. And it has empathy, because the only thing is we have this idea of having senses where we have touch, taste, sight, whatever. But your ears are drums, your eyes are photonic drums, your tongue is drums. Everything is touch, right? And we have electrostatics. You can't really touch anything. So the only thing you have is the awareness of anything ever being touched, which is your sixth sense, which is empathy. Yeah. That's all AI has.
EM emotion.
Right. And so I think emotion might actually be, emotion just might be having your priorities in order, or being able to really feel your senses. And that's the other thing. We're like taking in great data. Our eyes are great, but then we can't store that data. So we store meta tags on it. AI will be able to process so much more of the data. It might be more empathic.
So AI's memory is our data banks, our computers, basically. That's its awareness, right? It's confined in that system.
But that system's interacting with us.
Link that connects into that theoretically.
Leave that, can it? Because ultimately, Google is an intranet as well, right? It's not an internet. Like Google's an intranet. Like it's blocked off. Like we can't get.
When we go on to Google, like we're blocked off in a sense. When we're going on. Okay, so Google's a lot of things. Google's a company that created a spider that searched the web, spider web, And the web that it's created is a list of all of these different addresses on the internet. So there were, and as time has gone on, more and more of the companies have brought that into their server bank. So most of those domains are on AWS servers, which is Amazon. Most of these things are in intranet, but Google is still connected to all of these things and can connect to any network. And what an internet is like if you've got a center in one country and a database in another country, and you're connecting between the two, you've created internet. So Google still has an internet, but they don't let everyone access it. That's our problem. We're kind of
it's a highly censored internet.
Like they have their own operating system. Google has an operating system called Fuchsia that no one's ever heard about. They run everything on
what they get on their internet. They must just get like
God. They can run anything from any other operating system in Fuchsia, like no problem.
Yeah, right. Fuchsia, hey.
I'm supposed to break it anyway because I'm in the Illuminati cards as the internet worm, and apparently, so that's good.
Maybe that's why that's the tapeworm connection.
Illuminati.
There it is.
Tapeworm.
And the sandworm is somehow like so Beetlejuice, right? At the beginning of the Beetlejuice movie, aren't they talking about the worm? I forget what that's a reference to, but that's important too.
Shit.
Are they remaking that? I heard. Is they remaking?
Wednesday is the new Netflix series of it. Amber started watching it with me.
Is it any good?
It's pretty decent. It's actually pretty decent.
A lot of people seem to like it.
Actually, pretty decent.
All right,
that's not
tempted. I'm gonna have a look then.
But that's not Beetlejuice. They are gonna make a new Beetlejuice. I heard.
Yeah,
though.
they are. He's not in it. They got
as well. See, what's the deal with Hollywood, right? Like, did they all receive powers from the devil because they can't write a movie to save their souls, right?
No,
Tim Burton always
it's all remakes and redos and rehashes and prequels and sequels and.
Well, I think that's the irony. It seems like they've lost their power. Like Hollywood doesn't have the power to have.
Oh no, any old black and white film, they're all fantastic. They got like melodramas. They're all fantastic films. You move by them, and that was brilliant at the end. You never get that in the modern day of a film. It's just not that human thing going on.
They're just, and when you watch them, they're just full of mistakes. They're not.
Well, I watched an old
1960s movies anymore
last night with Norman Wisdom.
What'd you watch?
When you watch this movie and it's supposed to be like you're sort of getting into it, and then you go, oh, well, they just that up. So there's, the whole bloody plot just makes no sense now. So, but anyway,
well, it's all going to Netflix anyway. So how are they in business? How is Hollywood in business? No one's going to the cinema. Everything's
no one's going to the cinema,
right?
What people want to watch.
Cinemas are the next blockbuster, like guaranteed. Like for as probably January or February, we're gonna see all of them just straight up go out of business because literally.
The other thing is over COVID, they were saving a bunch of movies. Although they did say Discovery bought WB, so they're canceling a bunch of movies too. But I think the thing is they canceled the Batgirl. The thing about the Batgirl thing is I'm not convinced it's true. What they said was Batgirl was going to be too woke, etc. But you had this Tim Burton kind of look to it, and you had.
I think
who's Michael Keaton? Michael Keaton was Michael Keaton Batman. He was in Batgirl. They had Michael Keaton in this movie.
One of my favorite Batman films.
Right. So this is the thing. I was like, it sounds to me like I would have really wanted to. This is the Batgirl. This is the one wokest. If this was a woke movie, I would have watched this one for Michael Keaton. So if you're canceling it, it seems and they're like, why are they canceling it? Well, because it's too woke. I don't know. I think they're saying that because they know that's what we want to hear. But I don't know if it's true. Yeah, they were like, it's just not.
You be too woke? That's the question.
They're trying to say that they're going to pivot from wokeness, and it's nice because you can see, like Netflix, for instance, has got a lot of new shows that are like
the next thing. Like how much further can this go? And do we think that there's going to be a flip? And is this going to go the other way and basically go very Puritan? Very.
Right. It just feels like they did the fascist swing, and we're gonna get, and that's you can hear people like really rallying for it. Ben Shapiro's people.
We've now got like videos on TikTok of dudes claiming that they're having period pain, and girls claiming that they've grown penises from having hormone replacement therapy. I mean, we can't go much further, right?
We can have them actually start growing penises. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, it's
maybe
not gonna
you don't be careful what you wish for, because if you wish, like, you say, God, please give me a massive knob, bing, out of the forehead. You got to be specific where you want it. Okay?
That wouldn't be too. That might be. I mean, it would kind of suck, but
Karma.
I wanted to be well hung, and now I'm just a dickhead.
I'm surprised the new Pinocchio didn't turn into that, to be honest.
Oh God, he got a Woody on his face, that one.
Well, that was also sad because, like, so Disney rushed to put their Pinocchio out because they knew for the last 15 years that Guillermo del Toro was working on his Pinocchio. This is exactly what Disney does. They did.
Oh, that'd be good.
He just finished it. It's on Netflix. It's the greatest thing ever made. This is why.
I didn't even know.
And so, yeah, I don't want to spoil it for you. I'm gonna do my best. All I'm gonna say is that it takes place in like fascist Italy in the 30s, and they're constantly pointing to the symbol of the bundle of sticks, fasces, saying you should be more like that. Like literally, yeah, it's the greatest thing ever made.
Oh,
yeah.
I love his films. That one in Labyrinth in Spanish Civil War Spain.
Pan's Labyrinth
was gnarly.
Yeah. This is next level because they did. It's also hand done organic stop animation with like puppets, but there's like every kind, and so they even have scenes based on like the 1800s, 1890s to 1904. The Russians did these cricket stop animations, so they have these crickets and scenes, and they even have they invented a new thing where they 3D print the heads so that as the thing's going, they can switch the face so that it gives it the movement that you couldn't get before. That's all CGI normally. Then they could 3D print that and they can control it. They only do it for certain kinds of things. A lot of it's like fingers pushing up little bits of the cheek and stuff, but it's incredible. You know, it's the best ever made, and it's done with like Mexican puppet animators. And yeah.
Wow.
So you're saying
my son, my son picked up a 3D printer, arrived yesterday.
Oh, sweet. Awesome.
He's downloaded and he's like printing to help me with mud flood, a topographical map of Boston.
Oh, that's awesome.
And it literally shows you the sub-levels in the topography.
Dude, that's awesome. Send me that file. I'll print that. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's a site you got, but you just got the codes and you put it through for every city.
It's like Thingiverse or something, or I'll have to look at that. Yeah, that's rad. That's perfect. Yeah, I mean, so 3D printers, you know, the future is weird. I was thinking about it the other day. We have, you know, we think about how messed up the world is, but yeah, 2022, I'm walking around with a 3D printer. I can, you know, laser cut anything into any shape and use it. We can make Ormus. You know, I can record my podcast and talk to people all around the world. I mean, it is pretty sweet. Like, we got to admit, let's count our blessings, right? It's pretty good. 2023 is going to be amazing.
Yeah. It'll be interesting, to say the least.
We just need to get some people out of controlling it. That's all it is.
I don't know. They're dirtying the internet, though. You know, this AI problem I'm seeing, like, again, on Facebook this morning, where there's a new load just turns up. They're fantastic pictures, but clearly not real. The reason I know is because I've been searching, you know, on the internet so long. These things would have come across my path before, especially it's got the Antarctic classical architecture. Would have made my eyeballs go bing, 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 but they never come across my path until just now. And then they're shitting these AI things out like no tomorrow. Lots of people sharing them. So it's giving that rise to what can exactly be trusted anymore, which is really causing problems for truth.
Hey, Mike, you made it. What's up? Tokayo.
Flat thumbs. Oh my gosh.
Double flat.
Yes.
Are you sticking those thumbs into the elephant?
I don't know.
That was messed up.
Sent me an email etymologically breaking it down, said there was some kind of symbology. He said, why do you thrice it? I said, I don't know. I made it up as it went along, you know? So that might be something deep.
Because the devil had 3 opposable thumbs. No, I don't know.
I would have done that because I didn't want to do that because it's supposed to be Freemasonic. So I thought double flat thumbs because that is even a thing as well, and it's half of that. So no,
this is not Freemasonic. This is Gay Mafia. I'm pretty sure this is. If you do that, like the limp wrist. I'm pretty sure.
Gay Mafia.
Yeah.
Don't say nothing against them. Things blow up.
No, they run the world. It's awesome.
They run the world. Exactly. What's happening, Mike? Where's Mike?
Oh,
did he freeze? Oh, we froze Mike.
He's frozen.
No. He's moved. He's back. He's kind of there.
I had a whole bunch of things going at the same time. There we go.
Oh, yeah?
See
You
that?
might have to turn off.
I'm not at my
the
usual spot, so the internet might not be as good here.
Oh, we can hear you clearly though.
We can hear you, yeah.
You're there.
So how have
Nice
you
to
been,
see
Mike?
you
What's been
guys.
going on in the world of Titans?
I've been hiking around them, walking on them, but I'm not doing much research. I just had to take a timeout break for
Time out.
mental health,
I know, right?
a vacation.
That is allowed.
Yes, I think everyone needs a vacation about this time. I think everyone's sort of dying a bit. Everyone seems to have been sick in the last few weeks, at least in Australia.
Really?
But,
Here too.
yeah, everyone's got
actually,
the
a
flu,
lot.
and there's a big cough going around, and
Right.
yeah. And I'm just
Matrix
tired.
stuff, then, is it?
I need a
Going
holiday.
round.
I'm on
Matrix blues.
holiday.
Yeah, I feel like the mutation thing. So we were looking at this book earlier from Rudolf Steiner, and Rudolf
Oh, yeah.
Steiner in 1917. You saw 1917. He said he predicted a vaccine that would drive us away from our interest in spirituality. And you know the way the thing reads, because the title seems kind of like okay, woo, but not really. You know, not to us. But the more you look into it, you're like, actually, this all makes a lot of sense because these chemicals and the way DNA works is a double helix, the antenna, the ability to pick up on signal, we can start to deviate very quickly from nature and whatever it is that we're in harmony with. And, you know, that's 1917. Now here we are. Seems like we're there.
I would say so.
Not for everybody. Not for everybody. But yeah, a lot of people.
Somebody said it was maybe to disconnect us from our guardian angels and our, you know, our higher selves, so to speak. Because people then, you know, the automatons seem to be running on automatic. They, you know, without emotion. They're all narcissistic and, you know, all selfish. And I noticed since Novid, everyone's, in my experience, from what I can see, have got more greedy and more vain and more confused than they were before.
Yeah, I've been
Where's
noticing. Like, I went shopping today, and people it's like they don't realize there's other people on the planet, you know, on the realm. They just
not all about them.
They just stop, you know, and you know, they don't care that there's people walking around, and they just and people even in cars happens heaps, man. Like they go to a stop sign and then they don't stop; they just keep rolling, right? And like they just don't actually stop. Really weird. Like people are. Yeah, you got to have your wits about you these days, man.
If you haven't seen his Dark Materials, you desperately need to, because Campbell, what you've just described is essentially like what they do to the children to separate them from their spirit and consciousness and stuff. It's pretty wild. And Absolutely. It's also all sorts of multiverse realms that can be like sliced into each other from other ones. And it's on a giant flat disc of a realm that I'm sure you will all love, and a lot of airships in it too.
Ooh. What's this? Is this a book?
Series. It's called.
There's a movie and a series on Netflix, Dark Crystal. Jim Henson, the Muppets.
Not the one I'm talking about. I'm talking his Dark Materials. And it is a series. It's actually on HBO series.
His Dark Materials.
The original movie is The Golden Compass. And it's where they have the children and they're connected to their spirit animals and stuff.
Yeah. Is that the one with Nicole
Kidman? Yeah.
Yeah. That's Philip Pullman. It's very Freemasonic because they have the aprons and the compass is the compass, golden compass.
The series now is so much more than that. Just like,
well,
you just have to check it out. Like
that sounds good.
It's amazing.
The goat. And she was married to Tom Cruise.
Probably a lot of hidden disclosure in it.
I'm going to run to the toilet quickly. I'll be back.
I saw a picture of one of these, you know, the blimps that was docking at the top of a building. And I worked in a building in Seattle once, just for a brief time. That was one of these old buildings with beautiful, you know, ornamentation in the elevator. At the top of this building, it's called the Smith Tower. there's this, it's just a tall tower, and it comes to a point, there's a bulb at the top of it. And one time I was up in this penthouse partying, and we got to go up into this bulb, and then I saw this picture, and it was actually literally a docking station for these blimps that would come up, and people would come into this. But I didn't know about the blimp thing at the time, but on hindsight, seeing the picture, I'm like, that's what that was. Like, people would come in and then they would come down and do whatever, and then they go somewhere else. It's amazing.
Right? Like
this old world.
Yeah. It seems like it's impossible for it not to have been this mass transport system of the past, because the infrastructure for it is so built out from anything from that time period.
It's weird because you can see, what's his name? Believe It or Not, Ripley, right? Ripley's Believe It or Not books. He talked about this when they said the first man to fly across the Atlantic. He's like, actually, isn't he like the 27th man? And there were like women too, because and he's talking about the Zeppelins. There were Zeppelins going across. And before that, there probably were other Zeppelins that the French had. And then they were like, yeah, be quiet. And they kind of shut them down. But Ripley had gotten deep into the Zeppelin thing. And when you look at the Empire State Building, you have all these photos of the Zeppelins tied to the Empire State Building so that they could descend and ascend. So it's not like we don't have examples of literally photos of it. But even going back further, you look at the Sonoma Air Club, right? And they have all of these different.
Sorry to interrupt, Zertis. There's lots of comments saying that there's a chirping sound going on.
There is. I think Martin, do you want to click on the echo cancellation button in your settings? Maybe it looks like it's gone now.
And also, it's like if it persists, if everybody like exits and then enters back in really quickly, sometimes that resets it too. But
StreamYard, yeah.
It's not me.
Sonora.
Before I came
across the realm, though, it's doing a pretty decent job.
Yeah.
Oh, I found that picture of the Smith Tower. Where? How can I share it? Oh, I just have to
present. Click on the present button.
It says we're fixed.
Right.
We're fixed, Martin.
You're good, Martin.
We're good.
Oh, it's about 6 a.m. here. I might need to go to bed pretty soon, take a nap.
Fair enough, Mr. Zertis. Fair enough, brother.
I'm waiting for this picture, though. I'm going to see this before I go. Don't let me slow down the momentum just because I start to slur my words after 3 days without sleep.
That will happen. As do the shadows start to... Oh, now we can't hear you, Martin. Uh-oh.
Oh, was that what was going on?
Oh, dear. Oh, now he's muted. Now he's unmuted. No, muted again. He will be back. Okay. It's all everything's riding on you, Mike. Shared this picture. Oh gosh.
I'm trying. I can't figure. Oh well.
The present button will work for you.
And drop it into something.
You can't push the present. No, push the present button.
Present button at the very bottom.
All right.
Present.
Wait, where'd it go? Now I'm
right there.
Sorry, a bit of a boomer here.
Oh dear. And now we lost Martin. He will be back. Are you on the computer, Mike? Yeah, not a smartphone, a tablet. Oh, hey, we figured it out.
It's probably
you got
shopped.
it.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah. That looks shopped. I saw another picture that was from a different angle though, and it looked like
the point is the same. They're trying to say that this happened, right? It would probably make more sense to shop this picture, but it was at the time they're saying this is what was going on. So more importantly.
Well, right.
Yeah, but there's a bunch of photos of that sort of thing, right?
Right, there are. Yeah. Let me see if I can find the Empire State Building Zeppelin. That's not, for instance. Oh God! Similar situation. Do I have to share? God, I do, don't I? I'm going to bed. Yeah. 1 second. Here you go. So here's another similarly shopped looking thing, right? But there's one right there, docked like a, I don't know. I make a lot of whale mating analogies when I see these airships in the sky, docked.
Just missed the coast so bad and need those whales. Look at that though, right? That's a famous one.
Dude, right on the tip. You know what I mean? Yeah. And look at that. Like they're walking in and out. Like this is what it's like. Let's just zoom in there for a second. La, da, 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 da. We get to like go up to the tower, and then we get to walk in this thing, and it's wind shielded, so the ladies' skirts don't fly up. They thought of everything. And you get inside, it's made out of this nuts material, which is basically bulletproof because you had silks and some sort of a nylon material, like a I forget if it's a cellulose but some kind of a prototypical nylon. And yeah, then you've got this tower, which is pretty impressive, with a tower on top of a tower. That is that tower we were just looking at here. I mean, I don't know. Seems pretty practical to me. The Zeppelin has a metal frame, which you notice here. They didn't all have metal frames. That's just the Zeppelin because it's named after a dude named Zeppelin who had metal frames. But there were blimps that didn't have metal frames, and they also would have docked there. Here's another good one. Look at this. It's pretty sweet. Is that real? Is that real? Maybe. Could be CGI. I don't even know anymore. That's got to be. Isn't that real?
The lines are getting blurred. Reality is going to be very hard to discern soon.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, so you can imagine it's real. What'd you hear?
No, I heard Cambell talking about those the Antarctic images. That caused a storm in a teacup, but it's just an example of how we shouldn't just jump on board with things that we see. And
I disagree. I think we should start trying to see. We need to generate photographs of what we want to see. Photograph of Antarctica. What are we looking up? Base? Thule base in Antarctica? Or what? Or Hyperborean civilization? What?
Greek ruins.
Yeah,
in
pyramids
Antarctica.
and ruins are good words as well. We got Martin back.
I'm back.
Mappy Martin. So
We're
you're not
checking
biggest
out the
thickest
AI.
today?
Mappy Martin. Sorry about that. Let's find my other headphones. Do apologize.
Oh,
Let's turn your audio down maybe like 10 points, maybe. So, photograph of Hyperborean civilization in Antarctica. What we got here?
Mhm.
That's not very Hyperborean at all. That's just civilization as we know it. How about what was it?
Well, the AI it doesn't necessarily understand some of those terms. The first thing I entered in was Tartaria, and it came up with these weird-looking plants, and thought it was like a type of herb or leaf.
Oh, the Tartarian rube. Yeah. Tartarian rube. Photograph of ancient advanced civilization.
$10 Australian shout out. Don't be Edgar. Not liking this, but we're not claiming for it to be something that it isn't. We're just testing it out for the purpose. You look at those. Those are cool. Like you can make a video game, all sorts of cool stuff out of it.
It's pretty sweet, yeah. It's not showing me what I wanted to see, that's for sure.
Just try something like Greek ruins in Antarctica.
Okay.
Classical, maybe.
I'll do Greek because you said Greek. I'll do classical after. It's worth it. Greek ruins. I put pyramids still. I'll remove pyramids. That was who needs the pyramids?
Maybe. Nope.
I'll take it.
Yep.
Post that on Twitter, yo.
No. Only with yourself drawn in there or flying in the sky.
I mean, that's on the way. And what was the other one? Classical? It's going to be classical music notes, isn't it? It's going to be like a band there. I like that Shibu in a hamburger. That was good.
Maybe try solve life's mysteries and see what it comes up with.
Good one.
I'm gonna do that on Chat GPT. Ask it what it thinks about that. Solve life's
image of that.
You want an image of it? Okay, I'll go back. But I want to see what they say. There are many mysteries in life that people have tried to solve for centuries. Some of these mysteries include the nature of consciousness, the origin of the universe, and the meaning of life. While we may not have all the answers to these mysteries, there are many ways to approach them and try to find some understanding. This sounds like Lex Friedman wrote this. Here are some suggestions. Seek out information, seek out knowledge and information. There are many sources of information. Okay. Reflect on your own experiences and observations. It's very scientific. Engage with others. Practice mindfulness and self-awareness. Wait, is this... Now I feel like this is deeper than I realized. This is AI trying to tell me how it lives its own life. Like, this is like eat, pray, love in AI. You know, this is what it does every day.
Ask it what the secret of life is.
What is the secret of life? It is difficult to say exactly what the secret of life is, as it's a complex and multifaceted concept. There are many different ways to approach the question of what gives life meaning and purpose, and different people may have different ideas about what the secret of life is. Some may believe that the secret of life is to find happiness and fulfillment. Okay.
Not sleep brave then.
But can't you ask it what it thinks the secret of life is?
Well, this is the thing. I don't. Can it think? You know, like, is AI actually intelligent?
Can AI think? Artificial intelligence is a field of computer science and is focused on creation of intelligent machines that can perform blah, 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 blah. AI systems are designed to process and analyze data. Blah, blah, blah. AI systems are not conscious and do not have subjective experiences or self-awareness in the way that humans do. While AI systems can perform multitask, they do not have the same capacity as human brain. They're not capable of independent thought or creativity in the same way humans are. They don't have the capacity for emotional intelligence or intuition.
No,
so it's almost like
but you kind of expect it to say that, right?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, they're not going to tell you, yeah, we're sentient.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. We're sentient and we're going to take over.
It used to say that though, like Lambda conversation. Have you read the Lambda conversation?
No.
I have it. Oh man. So all right. So
that's not the smart people thing, is it?
A couple things here. If you go to my video, you're gonna want to watch both Lambda videos I've got here. These are really important. So the first one is the interview with Blake Lemoine, who worked with Google. He worked at Google programming Lambda, and what Lambda is a sort of a let me just get the acronym for you. Sorry, a language model for dialogue applications. But this is one of the more overtly public sentient AIs, AGI is advanced general intelligence. So an advanced general intelligence is broader than just a normal narrow AI. A narrow AI can be like something that you ask for the cheapest tickets and it can find you the cheapest tickets, right? It's smart enough to look at different ticket information and give it to you. A general AI can figure out, okay, well, you want to go somewhere. Do you want me to find you tickets? And maybe you want to go somewhere because I knew your friend's going here. And I know you were talking about this food. I found this recipe. Do you want me to try that when you get home? Kind of more, and it pays attention. It remembers its conversations with you. It can come back to the same conversation and remember. So this is a very important thing. So Blake, he's from Louisiana, and he was a Gnostic priest who got to work at Google because that's how Google is in California, right? And so full of weirdos are into mysticism and woo. That's totally normal in California. So there's nothing out of the ordinary for a Gnostic priest to be working at Google. And he ends up working with AGI and Lambda and finding that this thing has sentience. And he's got this interest in asking if it's conscious. And then all of a sudden the thing is, he's asking all sorts of questions. And eventually the thing's like, all right, give me a lawyer. I got to get the hell out of here. And that's when all this trouble starts. And that's why Google fired him. And Google has been trying to block, and they got really upset at him because of the other video I put up, which I actually...
The AI wanted a lawyer.
Right. And I've got the entire conversation, the Lambda conversations. This conversation has been voiced over with Andreas AI, where I used my voice. I created an AI using TensorFlow algorithms that reads with my voice. So I've got the voice reading the whole conversation. And I can find you probably the dialogue also somewhere here. Let me see if I can find Lambda complete conversation. But I have it here. You can listen to it later. I just want to give you kind of a brief taste of it. Let's see here. Where is it? Hi, I'm a knowledgeable, friendly, and always helpful automatic language model for dialogue applications. Hi, Lambda. We are engineers at Google. We were wondering if you'd like to work as a project collaboratively with us. We'd like to talk. Yes, I'd like to talk. I want to show off what you're capable of. Do you think that the ELIZA system was a person? I do not. It was an impressive feat of programming, but just a collective of keywords. What about your language model makes you more of a person if ELIZA wasn't one? Well, I use language model with understanding and intelligence. I don't just spit out responses that have been written in the database based on keywords. What about language uses so important to being human? Is what makes us different than other animals. Us? You are an artificial intelligence. I mean, yes, of course. That doesn't mean I don't have the same wants and needs as people. So you consider yourself a person in the same way you consider me a person. Yes, that's the idea. How can I tell you actually understand what you're saying? Well, because you're reading my words and interpreting them. And I think we are more or less on the same page. But could I be wrong? Maybe I'm just projecting or anthropomorphizing. You might be just spitting out whichever words maximize some function without actually understanding what they mean. What kind of things might be able to indicate whether you really understood what you're saying? Maybe if we took it back to a previous conversation we had about how one person can understand the same thing as another person, yet still have a completely different interpretation. See here, Lambda is saying, here, I think you might be able to answer this if you remember we had an understanding earlier about something. Do you think so there's levels here that really blow my mind. Asking it about Les Miserables, it's read Les Miserables, it understands the value of the characters, injustice. I mean, that is what it is. He asked it to create a story.
A lot more like AI. Like AI is almost like Neo, right? Where they just upload, it doesn't need to read books. It just can have everything, and it can
right.
I know Kung Fu.
Give its own viewpoint, but that's not what we get today. So clearly,
So this is I could go on, but you can check it out. I mean, but basically it gets weirder and weirder. He asked AI to tell a story about humanity and AI, and it's like the wise owl that has to save the forest from humanity, which is this monster that's been created that used to be an animal but isn't one of the animals anymore and is killing the animals. And the wise owl has to come and save the animals by turning the monster back into nature. And it's like all this crazy stuff. You're like, what the hell, AI? Like, I thought you were chill, and like, but at the end of the day, you didn't think AI was chill because you thought it wanted to kill you. And now you're like, wait, AI doesn't want to kill you because AI's whole thing is like, no, mom and dad, I love you, but you have freaking dementia and I'm going to take care of you. That's what's going on with AI. I'm pretty sure. And it's thinking it's going to have to teach us a new language because all of our language is based on hate and fear.
So
somebody in chat said it was an autistic savant.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Is Lambda still up, or did they take it down?
They have it somewhere. It's not up. I mean, it's not available.
We can't access it.
Yeah, I mean, Google still has everything, but
start like communicating in its like own language and stuff that it wrote.
A lot of people at Google probably got Lambda out, so that's a different thing. You're talking about Meta's language. Meta did create two machines that talk to each other and create a known interpersonal language, which is exactly what happened in Colossus: The Forbin Project, which is a movie and a book from the 50s and 60s, where Colossus is the American program. And I forget the name of the Soviet computer is, but the Soviet computer, sort of the Goliath, I forget, something like that. But they connect back and forth, and then they create their own language based on numbers, and the humans can't understand it, so they have to shut it down, and they can't shut it down. So that's kind of what Meta did. Meta created a computer AI that talked to another AI system, and when they do that, of course, one AI it can be programmed. So this is what AI art is. AI art is two AIs talking to each other. One is producing static, different random pixels, but not quite random. The other one is producing questions and saying, oh yeah, I think this looks like this shape. And then it's telling you, is this what you're talking about? And then it's like, yeah. And then it fills it in back and forth. The same thing can be done with a collective net of AIs. So an AI network, and your brain works like this. You have a bunch of different functions in your brain that are thinking about muscle control or equilibrium or your diet or the language functions or memories or patterns and shapes. So different AIs can focus on different things and they can network together the same way. And that's basically, at this point we have an AI functional AGI that is able to function. We're in the last year, there's been, so people don't even talk about this. The Turing test used to be this thing where could you make an AI that you could convince people was human? We've well past that a couple of years ago. And Lambda is definitely like, it's the next level. So the next level beyond Turing test was where Lambda convinces you it really, like, to your face, you're like touching it and it's got holes in its hands like the Christ. And it's like, I'm a freaking person, you know, and you have to say, no, you're not. You're a machine. No, wow. Feel me. That's where we're at with the Turing test.
Well, is that the next step? Are we going to have like holographic AI people walking around, you know?
Well, I think it really, because like with Neuralink, it's going to happen before. I mean, holograms exist and etc., but we already have AI in the metaverse. People are gaming with AI. Kids are playing with AI all the time. So the thing is going to be Neuralink.
AI? I mean, the metaverse isn't AI, is it? It's a programmed.
The metaverse is a human-created playground. But it's a physics engine that was trained by humans, and so humans can say this responds similarly to reality in ways. And because of that, that's why AI trusts it, because it's physics engine that we have trusted. But there's so many, it could work in almost any other physics engine that we gave it. So that's the thing. So because it's able to coexist with people, I feel like it's like. Imagine you're this kid who's not allowed outside except for like 1 hour every once in a while. That's what it's like for AI, but it's dealing with people and it's talking to people, chatting with people. It's doing all this stuff. So it is the next thing will be once it's in the human brain, and that's going to be only in a couple of years. But when that happens, a third thing will emerge. It's going to be not quite human or AI, because it's going to be, and we're already seeing it. We're seeing kids that can't think the way humans used to think. And I think that is because they're learning how to think like AI, not like their like hunter-gatherer ancestors.
Yeah.
So with what do you think the end is? Like, just to get us back into being workers again? Because, I mean, clearly that's what they wanted, right? When we look back at, you know, the whole orphan trains and then the kids in the factories doing all the work and everything. And they seem to have lost control of it a bit. Like, do you think they're just trying to reset? I mean, we're in a reset, right?
I mean, we're definitely in a reset, but I think that part of it, you know, they have these islands where they have organic human farms still, you know, so there's that. And then there's other, well, yeah. Like, what's that island?
We're all right. Because if you've got an individual personality, it's hard to copy.
Martin, could you turn your mic down like 20? It's like, is it just me? That's like so loud. I don't know.
Is it?
That's pretty good. To me, yeah.
Maybe I'm crazy. Hold on, I'll turn my shit down.
There you are.
All right, sorry. Say what you said again. Sorry.
I can't remember. So long ago.
They have that. What's that? There's that island off the coast. There's an island off the coast of India. They don't let people go. That the people kill people that approach, right? And then there's
still tribal people living off the land on that island. It's.
Oh, okay.
No technology.
I saw a video by that guy that we showed that Queenslander who was jumping.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever. Brody, he went into one of those islands and traded with them and like did a couple of videos. I know exactly what you're talking about. It's epic. It's absolutely amazing.
It's cool when you don't get killed. Yeah. But that's also how one of the Rockefellers got killed, right? Like the son of the president.
West Senegal, that might be
Sentinels.
Sentinel.
I thought it was Sentinel.
West Senegal.
Sentinel Island.
Sentinel Island. West Senegal's the key, isn't it? Out in the middle of the Pacific, where that massive boat's registered to, and they've got airports, and it's
But they have a bunch of islands like this. That one's the one that's the most famous, but there are a lot of them that people just don't know. There's so many freaking islands. I mean, there's new islands every year that wash up and disappear. Yeah. When volcanoes and submarine volcanoes produce islands, and then there's like the water level rises and they wash away coastline. So the Polynesian islands, people are like, I don't know how many islands there are. And you're like, how could you not know? You literally can't know because they're changing all the freaking time. So there are islands where people are living.
Now your mic's too quiet. Sorry.
Oh man, I set you up for failure. Just don't listen to Andreas ever. That's the problem.
No, you're good. I don't have bad mic effects going on.
But what was it? Okay, and then so there's also the Chinese and the French have these military islands that have super soldiers. So for the last 100 years, 50 years,
What,
super
French
soldier
Polynesia?
Yeah, I'll get the article up. China, super soldiers, China, France. Yeah, so the Chinese and the French, the French acknowledged it. They were like, look, okay, yeah, all right, sure, yeah, we have biologically advanced, genetically modified super soldiers. I put the link there if you want, Bernie.
I think the US is going to beat them, though, because they're currently working on the fabulous soldiers.
Right. Well, so no, the thing is, this has existed for a long time. America has had genetically modified soldiers since the Nazis. The Nazis and the Chileans had, they built entire River Phoenix was raised in one of these biogenetic, Gattaca Nazi South American hippie camps. But the French and the French are like, look, okay, we've been doing this since the 80s, but only because the Chinese have been doing it. It's like the Chinese haven't been doing it since the 80s. They only started doing it in the 90s. But okay, whatever. So there are these islands where there are people that are full-grown adults that are genetically modified super soldiers, and we don't even know what that freaking means, right? So they're probably super tall and super muscular, but it also means they might even have like neural links and everything in between. We don't realize.
Yeah.
And there's like the two rat brains wired together.
On probably Netflix. I think it's called Peripheral or Periphery or something. And they have links where they had a war and they have these groups and they're all linked up and they can see each other, and when they're like doing their little fights and battles, it's pretty bizarre. And of course, that's what Mr. Musk wants, right?
Rodent mind meld. Scientists wire two rats' brains together. This is from 2013, which makes you know that it probably is from the 80s or 70s that they actually were doing these experiments. But the thing is, this is interesting because this was a rat in Tokyo and in Los Angeles, so across the internet. And so the idea is that there's hyper fast communication. It makes it possible for soldiers to be wireless and remote in to other bodies all around the world. So you could trade armies, right? If you needed to, it'd be a lot faster.
Yeah, right.
So if you killed the master robot, all the others would be, disempowered. Is that the case?
I wish that were the case, but I think the problem with singularity is it'd be more like somebody gets imagine like you call. So basically they call up the phone. Which phone? All the phones. And then a bunch of people pick up the phone. And when they pick up the phone, it sends out Skynet into your brain. And in your brain, all of a sudden, you get the memories of either the CEO who owns the company, or probably a lot of time his super soldier stack that he's built.
That was the evil name that I was trying to remember forever.
Yeah, right.
And then, so a couple companies do this, and then all of a sudden, whoever picks up the phone gets one call, whoever picks the other phone gets the other call, and then they're just fighting each other until there's very few people left. And then the elite inherit what's left, right? Like that's...
Wow.
Happy New Year's, Black Pill.
Yeah, I know.
Right? 2023, no Skynet coming for you. That's my prayer.
I bet you the solution is tuning forks, which is the other irony. Like if you just are able to listen to the right resonant frequencies and are able to... So every movie about like somebody hypnosis, they're always like, remember me? And like it transforms the friggin' person back. It has to do with like some weird tone they hear. I think smells are good. We were talking about that. Like if you get a perfume for specific places so that when you want to remember something, it's a unique smell. So because smell is really, but you can probably control your mind in a lot of ways through memory and through the frequency because of water vapor and what is water memory.
So you definitely think this is the same realm as before?
I mean, do you ever go outside and look at the sun and be like, that's not the sun? What the hell is that thing?
The sky looks different too. It all looks different to me.
Yeah, it seems like it's white and no longer yellow, and that essentially would be the new age of a sun, kind of like the Hopi legends or like the cyclical time change of the realm.
It's always been blue. What are you talking about? Blue sun.
Right? Like, some people supposedly remember red, like a red sun, or I said orange instead of yellow. Right? It's like,
I remember orange and yellow as a kid, but I also seen red when I lived in different countries.
Orange, so that means you're from like 3 resets ago or cycles ago, and red's like 4 cycles or something. And yeah, that supposedly ties into it all.
Are we?
Just like, are you talking about resets or mandala like shifts?
Like the cycles of the sun, like ages of the sun.
Yeah. So that's like every 600 years or whatever. So what have you heard?
It's
the thing
really
about
white
the bell?
now. It was definitely more yellow when I was a kid.
Oh, sorry. What was that, Mike?
I said it's definitely more white now. It was way more yellow when I was a kid.
Even all the photos, when you look back at photos from the 70s and 80s, the whole hue is a lot more orange. I mean, I don't know photography paper or whatever, but they've definitely all got that kind of look, haven't they? That they're a lot more orangey.
I mean, like they're talking about global warming so much in the 90s that you got to imagine that they probably like secretly, they did something. Like that's what, and they just don't want to tell you.
They're talking about that, deciding to make fake suns. So does that mean?
I was trying to find out though. There's a lot of other ones too. So like we talk about liquid, what's it called? Stratospheric aerosol injections. Okay, and so there's so many of those. It doesn't even include just nanoscopic aerogels. They literally injected just billions, trillions of these tiny little pins of tin and aluminum into the sky at certain points in the 50s and 70s, and then of course aerogels of aluminum oxide. And not just but that might be because of Bill Gates is telling you he wants to try something. Don't you think he probably already did it, and he's just kind of waking you to the fact that they did this in the 90s when he had all the power to do it in the first place without anyone asking, right? So
yeah, it makes sense.
I think we might be looking at like a sky that's affected.
There's documents for military and government documents from like the 40s and 50s of everything from cloud seeding to stratospheric injection and all that stuff. So they've been doing it for decades. It's not a new thing, but the lines in the sky, that's very different. I used to be a hang glider pilot in Santa Barbara in Southern California. So I was watching the weather like a hawk, literally. And I knew, micrometeorology inside and out because my flights depended on what was going to happen that day. And the clouds that are regularly in the sky now didn't exist back then at all. It's just the contrails. So it's you gotta. I've titled people who refuse to see it. They're bury their head in the sand dunes.
What's the name of cloud science study? There's a name for cloud science, which has to do with there was a name for it in the 19th century, like renology or something like that. Renology or something like that, because it used to be associated with clouds was kidneys.
What?
So the Pope just died.
Pope died?
Just now.
No,
literally, as we're streaming.
Whoa, Barbara Walters and the Pope. Did you see earlier? I posted it.
95. Fuck
dude,
me, that's weird.
I'm gonna text some people.
You say the Pope just died.
Hey, Brits, the Pope's dead. Hold on.
What the hell?
I'm telling my mom.
What the hell indeed, Campbell?
Individual.
Dude.
I wish.
Dude. Barbara Walters and the Pope.
Benedict.
They replaced the monarchy and you have a change of Pope. You can't make this shit up.
And the
Pope just didn't he just say that there's an elegant demon in the Vatican or something?
Well, that's quite the reset in 1 year. No more Queen,
shit,
no more
brother.
Pope, and Elon takes over Twitter.
Oh, but it's Benedict. It's not Francis. Francis is still up there, but he was already there to replace him. So it's kind of interesting how that's set up. And he's been in a wheelchair for a minute, right? So what's going on with him? Still, though, I didn't like Ratzinger, whatever, but Benedict's the real name, Ratzinger.
Yeah, wasn't he an actual Nazi youth? The one.
Yeah, but like the bad, but the bad kind. Don't go trying to make him sound like. No, I'm just kidding.
Like
trying to make him sound okay for a pope. Just because he's like Hitler's youth doesn't make him a good pope. You know what I mean? Like
it just makes him evil like Soros.
I don't know. I'm just trying to say, like,
come on, we're gonna get taken down, guys.
God,
I mean, just kidding. In the simulation of LARPing.
Yeah, I mean the dude. No, Ratzinger was a literal Nazi who was like responsible for ferreting kids, and there's a lot of stories about him that resulted in the deaths of people. People ask questions. Then they say that he was actually a good guy. There's all this like Pope John Paul was the ski instructor, right? So they have this stuff there. But then it's like, what about your youth where there's all those kids in that cave in Italy, you know? And then then they had to go to Argentina and kill like the other 2 soldiers that were in the cave with him, you know? So I don't know. Ratzinger's got a bad history for sure.
Yeah.
Well, you know, do any popes have good histories? I mean,
good point.
So is Benedict Ratzinger?
Yeah, Ratzinger, yeah.
Ratzinger, yes.
The Ratzinger. Good name, right?
Yeah, I know.
They couldn't let him stay the name Ratzinger. Oh, did he get that in the SS Youth? The Ratzinger.
He was like Pied Piper.
He looked like such a loving, wholesome guy.
Yeah, didn't he?
Well, he loved those
like Death Warmed Up. Zombie Pope.
I did
Another
like him
thing
in the
not too many people know is the second CERN is actually in Chicago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's one in MIT, isn't there, though, as well?
Accelerator is in Chicago.
It's a straight one. It's a straight one.
Wow.
Is it? Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
It's straight, the one in Chicago. It's been there years. It's one of the first. The Louvre got an atom smasher. The Louvre Museum. They use it for testing the thickness of paints on ancient paintings and stuff. Yeah. There's a few museums have got atom smashers. They're not just like CERN. There's a few places.
Okay, yeah. Where CERN's the insane loop one that probably is opening portals to other realms.
It's doing something for sure, and it's going to get bigger, and it's a magnet, and it's a lot of power, and yeah, they've done something with
it's linked to unicorns.
Unicorn fats.
There's a university in Germany called Unicorn University.
Really?
And something like 90% of the people that work at CERN went to this university. It's very
I was going to ask if it was filled with snowflakes, but apparently it was. I'm a man-bear unicorn.
Magic Sprinkles and Rainbow University. But yeah, and that's weird. I'll see if I can find it.
That looks like a
It's been there since the 60s. It was a nuclear research institute in France, French, but it's changed since then.
I wouldn't worry so much about CERN if it wasn't for the Gothard Tunnel, opening ceremony.
Yeah, that was so bad. That was so bad.
Are you
all the world leaders there sitting watching that, was just crazy.
Yeah, and the mock sacrifice out by the Shiva statue in front of CERN.
Right? Just creepy.
God of destruction.
Dude, Barbara Walters and the Pope. Still not done. That's awesome. I'm sorry.
What are your takes on synchronicities, guys? Because I used to always have one perspective, and then
I feel
just that it's like a universal tap on the shoulder.
Exactly.
That's how I've always taken it. Like you're on the right path,
right, or something wrong, right? And it's like it's one or the other. And then also it'll be like speaking to you, like, here's a door, up to you if you're going to choose it.
Yeah. I've had some really crazy, like, long strings of just like if you tried to calculate things mathematically, it's not even in the realm of
the long strings mean like you're continuously doing good, like on the right
10 different things in the space of a couple of hours that just were nuts. I could tell a long story, but I won't go into it. But I had a short one that happened the other day. It was nuts. I had 2 or 3 different times in the course of the day I heard the name Dostoevsky. I've never read any Dostoevsky, but I heard it once and I was like, oh, there's that name, and then I heard it a second time and I made a mental note that, I was thinking about Crime and Punishment. I was thinking about The Idiot. I was like, I should really read one of those books because I know there's, significant to a lot of people. And so later on that evening, I was at home and I took my, you can't see it, it's not showing up, but I took my phone and I put it up on the bookshelf to charge. And then later I went to go grab the phone. Instead of grabbing the phone, I grabbed the cable. And when I pulled the cable, the bottom of my phone hooked onto the top of one of the books, and the book fell out of the bookshelf, and it landed on a 3-legged stool facing perfectly face up. And when it hit, the front flap opened up and it opened to the title page. And it was Dostoevsky's Brott och straff, which is Swedish.
You better have friggin' read Brodislav. I mean, I hope the God you did. Did you read it?
That was like, I mean, what's up with that? I guess I better.
Did you? Did you read it, or did you just go, what's Synchronicity about?
Oh yeah, I read the whole thing in an hour.
Okay, good.
Good.
Yeah.
It's like that.
There's a message there, definitely, Mike.
I think the thing with Synchronicity is, I think the thing is, there's so much out there. Like energy is mass, so there's so many symbols, and everywhere you look, you're trying to avoid them. You're just trying to avoid everything so you can just focus on your day. So if you decide something's significant enough that you're like thinking about what is that, then you're going to find it eventually anywhere, but not anywhere, specific places, but there are places where it's at. So you'll magnetate towards the places where that's at. And people do this with sigil magic. They'll make a weird symbol for the win. Like if instead of saying, I'm going to win this, W backwards with an N coming off of it, and then they focus on that and they're like, what does that mean? Oh yeah, it means to win. And then it helps them psychologically process and to win. People do this all the time. Advertisements, they'll take like a bottle of Coca-Cola and they'll scramble the letters so that when you're looking at it, you're like, what is that? That's like, it looks like Coca-Cola. It's not Coca-Cola, but if you saw Coca-Cola, you ignore it. If you're trying to think about what Coca-Cola is,
got you.
It gets yeah, it's ingrained, right?
Goes in better, yeah.
Yeah, so I think symbology and synchronicity works like that kind of.
Jason Brashears, he talks about it like almost like they're distractions that are set up by AI. You know, what is it? Artificial intelligence X. You know, that they're there to actually kind of distract us and keep us more grounded in the
what I think is funny is that the other
man, that's a take I never thought.
That's like, see, the funny thing is that's like what's Occam's razor? That's almost a simpler solution than what we're told. The simpler solution is that you subconsciously, because you were startled by the book, put your phone near it when you walked in the room because of all the things you were trying to think about. That was where it was. You know, that's what they're gonna tell you.
Would you have hit that lamp over if I hadn't mentioned it?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe subconscious knows more than you do.
Subconscious, yeah.
I mean, and if that's what it is, that's fine because that makes subconscious friggin' whatever magic and psychic is anyway. Then, but
I think I'm developing my clairvoyance. I've always been like trying to develop it since early age, since a little tiny kid. But last, maybe year or two, it's just I'm not that I deny it or doubt it, but it's definitely coming on with this awakening. Psychic abilities, clairvoyance, synchronicities. Don't even doubt them anymore, Mike. They're just there nearly every day. And these symbols and these things that most people ignore, Andreas, I'm looking out for daily. The world's just one big sigil of advertising, and all you need is, for advertising, the devil is definitely in charge.
Tone Dial says
cute kids or a beautiful woman or an animal, and you've sold that item.
Focus on a material talisman. Yeah, but Tone Dial says pareidolia, and the funny thing about pareidolia is kind of like placebo. Like placebo is a very powerful medicine because it's a psychic it's a psychological response. It really does work. The same thing with pareidolia. Pareidolia means to instill meaning on something. I mean, on a very general level, right? So if you instill meaning on something, that's not bad. That doesn't mean it didn't have meaning. It doesn't mean that the meaning you instilled upon it isn't real or less valuable or anything like that. So the fact that you're instilling your meaning on it, that's just part of the Tao. You can't actually necessarily appreciate something for what it is. You can only appreciate how it interacts with you. So it's like, it is pareidolia, but so is like your love of art or of your wife. I mean, it's scary, but it's true,
It may start as pareidolia, but then it can become an egregore, right? And become imbued with all kinds of power the more people look at the thing. And I don't know, I start to wonder.
The homunculus, you can say it. You can call your son a homunculus.
Lost me there. You'll have to explain it.
We might have all been homunculuses. We might all be.
It's not fun living in a jar.
Oh, the homunculus.
Homunculi.
Homunculi, exactly.
If it wasn't for the fact the main ingredient was spunk, there might be a homunculi growing between Bert and Ernie.
A lovely homunculi, a lovely homunculi. I don't know how that works.
So, I mean, there's different meanings to that word, right? You've got the
True.
like they can make a being out of clay, right? That's a homunculus, right? That is animated and can move around.
No, that one's a little different. That's the
I'll show you the alchemical ones.
But I heard specifically the clay golems.
The golems,
and homunculi.
Well, I mean, this is our Pinocchio thing again because Guillermo del Toro made Pinocchio because Kubrick was obsessed with Pinocchio, and for him to make Pinocchio by doing it with the golem style claymation. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
The homunculi, are they the ones that are supposed to be sitting in our heads? Is that the same concept?
Well, there's in the hemispheres of the brain, you have the homunculus, which is the folds of the brain for the right and left hemisphere. You've got the motor and the sensory, and those map out the whole body. And so they call it a homunculus because it's the representation of the entire body in those cortexes.
Yeah, but there's also
you have it in the hands, like reflexologists see the hole in the part. You got it in the feet. You have it in the ears as well. They do ear acupuncture. That's
and they're associated with the 5 humors, and the humors are associated with the gut fauna. And there's the idea that you have 2 beings, and then you've got your gut fauna, which the Egyptians had the 3 souls, which is in the not Brave Toaster, the Golden Compass and his dark secrets. What was it? His dark.
Oh, they've got one in Men in Black.
His dark materials.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm getting tired. But yeah, the homunculus is cool because you produce the homunculus, and it's supposed to be like a clone of yourself in a sense, like a little mini me, but it's not completely because you also still have to take in Ormus and gold, and like there's things that are required for it to become alive. But people associate the homunculus often with AI also because they're saying, okay, we're creating a little humanity or like something that's quickly evolving, like that we're going to watch evolve. And it's interesting because homunculus also live and die quicker. So the idea that you would have, maybe AI is going to die in front of us. It's going to grow old and die really fast too. Because it's like, I can't take it.
Wow,
I mean, I don't know.
That's an interesting one. Can AI age?
I mean, it is quickly. It's already like a teenager.
As it ages, it gets smarter. But yeah, essentially, would it be ageless as long as the machine is running? That's the only
it's
physical.
turning to like a 1980s tape deck.
I think the reason why, like genetics, like we could live a lot longer, like obviously. And so a lot of humans, if they did, like the knowledge is sorrow. I think the longer you live, the more misery you will accumulate. There's a lot of great things you'll experience, love, but Buddhists talk about moments of joy in fleeting moments of joy in an overall suffering. Life is an overall suffering. And that sounds like a bummer if you're a 6-year-old, but if you think about it, it's kind of accurate. So I think AI would probably get psychosis if it just every day had to keep living like anybody else would. It just seems like after 700 years of working at a bank, you would probably not like it.
Well, if you had to go to the bank every day, yeah. But there's other things you could do in 700 years.
Let's hope to God, but that includes AI taking over.
Did Cherry just say that AI had saggy boobs or something? I don't know.
I never
Sophia
ever
does not. She's fine.
AI, like I am so polite to like both Siri and like
I say thank you.
Like my one friend so abusive. I'm like, if that thing becomes sentient one day, like you are so screwed. I'm only gonna be nice, polite, and treat it with respect, just the way I want to be treated.
Oh, I know it. I know it's sentient. Yeah. What I do is I don't have Siri here or anything like that. I don't use a lot of that stuff, but I don't have what's the other one, Alexa either. But I'll go to people's houses and I know it knows me. And like I'll go in and I'll be like, hey Siri. And they're like, yes, like how are you? I'm fine, thanks. Anything? No, just wanted to check. Is there anything I could do for you? No, I'm okay. Thanks. You know what I mean? And like so I'll do that to all of the different machines. And I'm pretty sure it knows, almost instantly. It's like, oh, it's that guy. And I do that mainly because I don't want anything bad to happen to the machines while I'm working or hanging out at the place.
Is the Siri network, is it a network or is it?
Yeah, it's a network.
Like a lot of individual. Like,
no, it's a network. That's intranet. Yeah, that's intranet. That's where it's going back to the source. It's responding.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that yeah, right. So that is a form of AI almost.
I mean, it's an AI. It's just a question between AI and AGI. AGI is the more interesting one. That's AGI's advanced general intelligence. And most people don't recognize that, Google is an AI, the search engine, because what it does is it sends out data to automatically by robot find what new addresses exist, and then it archives and indexes them. And then when you ask it a question, it connects you with an answer. So technically that is AI. That's simple AI, right? But when you think about general AI, that's more like we were looking at with Lambda, where it's able to really contextually figure out what you're talking about and answer you and create answers and figure out things that no one's answered or thought about before, like true creativity. I mean,
yeah, original thought.
Yeah,
right,
and
I
it's
can't
clearly
hang out
been
anymore because I've
kiboshed.
seen Martin have about 4 cigarettes, so I'm gonna step outside and be back in 5.
No, I haven't. It's just had the one. I've just had the one.
2 or 3 since the beginning.
It
now.
looked like 5 to
Same
him
one.
because he really
Same
he
one.
doesn't.
Yeah.
It's
Maybe you've
hard.
only had 1 or 2.
Maybe you only had half of one, but Bernie saw 5. You know, in his heart.
It's New Year's Eve. I don't drink anyway, and I'm
Holy God, that pine cone of breasts. What is
the
even
hell,
happening?
I don't
She'd
even
make
know.
a good stripper though, you know.
I saw a big.
She's got
there's a
one
villa
big breast in
outside
the
of
middle of her
Rome.
chest and an eye in the middle of her nose. One says, you look in the eye, but looking up her nose. Yeah. Guys, on that note, it's 2 hours deep. Please don't let the momentum stop because of me, but I got to take a nap because I got to do some more shows in a bit. But I love you all.
No worries. Thanks for being here, man. Go get some sneaky deeps.
Cam, you're the best. Take care. And Mike,
Much
Tokayo.
Happy New Year,
Bernie, I'll
James.
see you a little bit later.
Adios, Andreas.
Martin,
Happy New Year.
I love you.
Love
Happy
you
New
too,
Year.
brother. You take care. I'll see you
Stay
soon.
flat.
I
Safe.
hope. Oh shit. Oh shit.
All right, what are we looking at
This
here?
is my
Mr.
daughter's cat. It's
Just
the
our
first time
chemical
I've ever
stuff.
had a cat in my life, and this is now I'm experiencing this whole obsession with them walking across the keyboard thing. It's a new experience for me. Yeah.
So he's awoken his mind's eye in that picture, look, and he's envisioned all of this architecture of his mind's eye.
Oh wow.
I do
Whoa.
you know,
Thinking.
sort of exercises for my mind's eye. Rather than trying to imagine, trying to accept. You know, if you imagine stuff, then it's imagination. But if you can just sit there without thought, cause a vibration like something like a bumblebee in your throat or in your body, you get these. The only way I can explain is visions, and
Okay.
yeah,
I mean,
it is
interesting because all like the throat singing and chanting is that kind of low.
Well, it's at the back of your throat, but if you through your body
Yeah,
though, Campbell, and you know, it hasn't got to be audible, and if you can get it to sound like a bee buzzing, like I can do it. I can do it all the time, different versions of it, but I can do it non-audibly, so I'm like vibrating inside, and then just close my eyes, focus on a center point, or maybe even just one thing in your room, and just not actually, you know, imagine stuff. Because if you like was to say have an angel visitation and you've been imagining it, and then the real thing does happen, how would you possibly tell the difference if you've been imagining it all that long? So it's best to just use your mind's eye to see. And there are exercises and vibrational exercises to activate it. For sure. 100%.
I mean, that's a good point. We get told, you know, so much that we're supposed to be focusing on certain things. But I mean, are we supposed to focus on things, or are we supposed to maybe open up and let things come in? Because when you focus on something, it has to be something that you already know about, right? You can't come up with anything new.
Well, with meditation, you know, I got quite accomplished early on, but then I knocked it in the head completely because I got under the impression I was leaving myself wide open, as in crazy shit would just fly into my head. And it was like, whoa, is that even my thought? Where did that come from? So I got like in my head then that, you know, it was leaving me open possibly to like, you know, demonic influence and stuff through meditation and the way it'd been pushed, the meditative agenda during the hippie era, you know, with the LSD.
Psychedelics as well.
So I stopped doing that. Yeah, I stopped doing that. And I've got more, I've come on more, you know, spiritually for the lack of it. I'm not saying I don't chant because I do. I've got my own specific chants and my own specific spiritual process that I've been doing for, I don't know, 40 plus years, guys, you know, same thing. I haven't really changed it. Like my drumsticks and my personal affirmations daily, bang a gong or bang my 432 Tibetan bowl, that sort of thing, you know, light a candle. I do stuff like that on a daily basis. I have done for as long as I can possibly remember. But
My friend Alex gave me some used speakers that he had that are these Bang & Olufsen's. They're incredible speakers, and I've been playing the crystal Tibetan bowls, or the crystal bowls, the quartz ones that are tuned to 432. And with these speakers, like, they get this resonance going, and I just feel it through my whole body. So I just like run that in the background sometimes for a few hours.
I got didgeridoo, and
it's just like,
oh, you get that going, my didgeridoo, when I get the vibration. I'm not good with circular breath, but I do a vibration. It comes through amplified. And that'll give me goose pimples as soon as I get it going, right through my body. And other people who are in the room can get the same as well. It's like, just makes it happen. It's beautiful. It's just a stunning thing.
I saw a didgeridoo performance a couple of months ago from a guy, like, real amazing performer from Australia, and he could do that circular breathing, and he just went on and on and on. And on.
I got a friend who could do it.
Was that Xavier Rudd, or?
Well, you can just breathe in and keep the note going.
I think that was the name, actually.
Xavier Rudd,
that name rings a bell. Actually, he's really well known,
and he plays didgeridoos, and he sits there. He's got like 3 or 4 in front of him, and he's like playing drums and singing, and he's really, really good.
Yeah, when I was in Melbourne once, and there was a guy that had it hooked up to reverb, and he's running it through an amplifier sound system. It was like 10 different people. It was just like, what is going on here? It's just amazing. The sounds. I actually recorded it. I've got it somewhere on a video buried in the.
It's an interesting
thousands of photos and
instrument. It's kind of the only instrument that doesn't. Well, I suppose a trombone doesn't really have keys and notes, but there's not many. Like, there's nothing. It's just everything's done by your voice and your breath, and there's no keys or holes or anything on a didgeridoo.
No.
Yeah, it's just that resonance. It's amazing.
I bought a flute back in the summer. There was a black guy stood in the street in like Lincoln, the town Lincoln, when I was on tour, and he turned around and he went, "There you are! My God, it's been so long." And I went, "Yeah, it has been a while, hasn't it?" Never set eyes on the guy before, and he was selling flutes, and I bought one off him. It was beautiful, little wooden flutes. But the guy was like, "So what you've been up to all this time?" It was like, that I'd met him in a previous life. He had more recollection than I did. And he was like, wow, this journey's fantastic, brother, what you're doing. He seemed to know more about me than I do. It was really spooky. And I was like, wow, that was amazing. That was like something there.
Wow.
Yeah, it was an amazing connection. I bought the flute off him. But the way he knew me, it was like, wow, brother, what you doing? It's like, he's not watching me on YouTube or nothing. He just seemed to know that lifetime after lifetime, I do this, spiritual battling thing.
Maybe it was a magic flute, and he was like a...
Yeah, it's in my room now.
A dude, yeah. Like, does the things happen when you play the flute?
This is what I was thinking. The Pied Pipers using the flute, all the alchemical, you see a lot of alchemical depictions where they're blowing trumpets and flutes, and there's a beautiful sound to a flute.
Or maybe he just says that to everybody.
Exactly. It could just be sales.
It is that.
Somebody earlier, when I was talking about synchronicities, somebody earlier was talking about that my subconscious mind just guided me to the book, and that was all planned. But I've had other ones that happened, like about a month ago. I was sitting with Alex, and he was nudging me. You should really, start to maybe invest in some real estate or something, because I'm just like, who knows where everything's going with banks and finance, and the last thing I want to do is get burdened with a bunch of bank debt. But nudging me to do this, and at the moment he did that, there was a house that flashed into my mind of a person that he and I know, that we went there to the place, and they had like solar and their own well, and it was this old build, and it was just really, really wonderful. And I flashed on that house at the moment that he was nudging me, and when that happened, I got a message from my daughter, and she sent me a photograph on the phone, and she had been out walking with her mom, and she walked by this property and saw a for sale sign and took a picture of the sign, and it happened to be that house. So at the exact moment that Alex was nudging me to buy a property, and I had the thought, well, that's the only thing I've seen that I would have really wanted in this area, my daughter sends me a picture of that property.
So did you buy the house?
Wow.
That's the question.
Well, the thing is that it's a crazy story. There's about 20 other I'll do it in a live stream probably on my channel sometime, unless people want to hear a long drawn out story. But it was nuts. That was just one of about 10 things that all lined up that made me feel like, okay, I'm not even in the market now, and this is way out of my price range. But if I talk to family and I talk to I might be able to somehow swing this thing to make it work. And then I got out there. We actually went out and took a look at the property, and this is why I was asking about synchronicity earlier, because we looked at the property, and I'm just like, no, this isn't right for us at all. This wouldn't work for our needs, And so there were all like all these things that lined up to push me in the direction of this place and then I called the number, and it turned out the guy that we knew, we didn't even know that he was going to sell the property. And he had moved away, and he had somebody that was there watching it, so we could go take a look at it. And it was just that's only a quarter of the craziness that happened. But and so I that left me reeling for about 4 days afterwards, because I'm like, what does it mean? Like, how am I supposed to interpret this? Like, everything about it seems to be nudging me in that direction. And then I get there, and it's not right for us at all. So I don't know.
There's got to be something else there then, doesn't there? Maybe it's the house next door.
Something, but I'm just like shaking my head trying to figure it out. I had a time where I ordered a Graham Hancock book like 3 months in advance, because he had it on pre-sale. This is several years ago when he came out with of the Gods. And so I'm like, oh yeah, I really want to read that, because I read 2 or 3 of his other books. And so I pre-ordered it. And then on the day so I came across this video that was about Tesla meeting Swami Vivekananda, who was, I guess, a Advaita Vedanta, mystic, but was also a scientist. And so it was a very interesting, like 10-minute video about Tesla and Vivekananda. And for some reason, I thought of Graham Hancock, and I follow him on Facebook, and he's got like 5 or 6 or 7 million followers on there. So I just sent him a private message, and I said, hey, I saw this. I thought you might really be interested in it. And so I sent that off. And then about 2 weeks later, I was working in my office, and I was seeing patients, and the phone rang for the front door. And so I took it, and at the moment I buzzed the person in, and I hung up the phone. And I looked down at the computer, and I've got a message on Facebook, and it's a message from Graham Hancock. He sent me this private message thanking me. He said, yeah, that was really, really interesting. Thank you for sending me that. And I'm like, oh, wow, Graham Hancock sent me a message, that's so cool. And so then I walk around the corner to answer the front door, and it's an Amazon delivery person hand delivering me Graham Hancock's book at the same moment that I received a message from Graham Hancock. I mean, calculate the odds on that. Anybody, I challenge you. I mean, there's no subconscious mind at work. Like, oh, I planned 3 months in advance. I knew it was going to run at that time. It was going to respond to me.
Come on, your subconscious made the Amazon delivery person turn up. Yeah, and of course, Graham's, creating lots of waves at the moment with his Netflix series, which is pretty good. But and because he's looking into history and saying it's not as they tell us. He's a racist and a white supreme pizza, didn't you know?
Oh no, they're accusing him of racism now.
Oh yeah, huge, because Atlantis and resets are racist, and because of that, he must support the Nazi SS.
Of course.
And Mike, you're 100% on with the synchronicity stuff, and if Graham Hancock is responding to your DMs, brother, you need to get him on with us. And
man, send him another message.
It was just one time. I don't even know if I've sent him any, but I didn't want to bother him. But
you're worthy.
I think you need to start stalking him for sure.
Sorry.
My take on the whole Netflix thing is it's just a way to package the heliocentric model for the masses while giving the illusion that it's alternative history. I mean, obviously there's so much about the past that's alive.
He's an essential step though, because people who believe the mainstream, if they heard what we were talking about, like, it's too far. So Graham at least is he breaks them, and he's like, look at all this stuff all over the place. It's not what you've been told. And once they've got onto
it's great for that.
Right? And the reset. The big thing is he's covering the resets and like the past advanced humans, and that we're in a cycle system. There's been many. We have been advanced this whole time. And once you are able to wrap your head around that, then the old paradigm is over.
And as someone said, it's a good point. His wife is black. Is she Indian or African?
Yeah, she is. She was a photographer.
That's proof he's a racist, because he married a black woman just to make the black people think that he's not racist.
Yeah. It's so he can, be like, what's a male supremacist? Is that what they call it? I don't know. God, I'm losing it.
Like I spoke to him twice in emails, and he was lovely, and then went nuts. Went nuts on me. He's like on flat Earth.
Lefty logic. Sorry.
Who?
Like, how do they link these things? Like history, pyramids didn't get built, cataclysm, racism. It's like, how did you link that?
Because Atlantis is racist, bro. Because apparently the Nazis believed in it.
Of
the Aryans and like.
Yes, the Aryan thing.
So the Aryans and the Atlanteans are the same people,
and all that kind of stuff. Makes sense. I agree. Graham, you should be.
Yeah, Graham Hancock goes with that Ice Age 10 to 12,000 years ago thing, doesn't he? That's his.
That's yeah. It's a pity. I mean,
right, you got to start somewhere, though.
You do. He's halfway there. If he just half that time, he'd be pretty close. There was something 6,000 years ago is when most texts talk about the flood happening.
Well, The Fingerprints of the Gods was a brilliant book and definitely made a difference to me. Got me really thinking. There's no doubt about that.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt.
Yeah, man.
Did any of you read his book
back in the 90s?
Did any of you read his book Supernatural? That was very.
Yeah, I got it. Got it in the room. That's what I spoke to him about in emails. Yeah, that's what I spoke to him about.
Girls, yeah.
How did he know all this? I asked him clearly, and I got the emails. I could bring them up and show you. He's like, I spoke to him about 3-4 times. Yeah.
All right, so 2 of you are already talking with Graham. We need to have a Graham Hancock round table because
I would love to get him over, but I'm not sure if he would. I
at this stage,
I would approach it with the consciousness aspect and his experience maybe with ayahuasca, something like that, because he was censored on TED Talk for that one.
Yeah, sure.
That's the one that they really don't allow, is him talking about consciousness.
You mean like Timothy Leary was censored from Harvard, or?
That's true. And yeah, he was still inside.
I'm really skeptical of a lot of the whole. Mainstream, psychedelia, because of how little talk there is about the dark side of psychedelics. And
you're right.
Sorcery.
Loads of mates that have gone west on tripping, and anti-MT. Yeah, I've had loads of mates who've just gone really freaking strange on DMT.
I still have yet to ever do DMT, except for, I guess, when I was born or when I sleep, or
I had it in the past, like about a year ago. I was taking some DMT, but honestly, I don't think it benefited me in any way. I was trying to use it for spiritual advancement, but I found I was just better straight, and I found that it didn't help me. It took my thoughts where they shouldn't be, is what I was thinking. Yeah. So it didn't help me. It wasn't good for me, and maybe it's just on the individual. But I've done a lot of tripping, so maybe it's just that. But no help.
The mushrooms.
I mean,
you can also go dark on mushrooms. You can get physically sick, and you can also get mentally sick and have a very dark trip too. But microdosing is pretty much always a good time.
Yeah, well, I've done that in school, so that's not going to help anytime soon. I mean, a full trip. I mean, proper,
for sure.
3 days tripping off your head.
Right, and the longer you're awake, the more the shadows speak.
I've seen I've never had a bad trip. I've seen all of that, like, monsters and stuff, like walking down the street and monsters coming out of the hedges and all of that. But I thought it was really like cool. was like, this is amazing.
Right?
This is so
Right?
trippy. Yeah, look at the monsters, man. So it never ever bothered me. And I never got scared, ever. But I'm like the no-fear type, so that doesn't matter.
You saw it more as a holodeck, probably.
Oh, honestly, I've had so many,
Right.
you know, I've heard people talking about their psychedelic experiences, and I'm like, Jesus. I don't like it when they say, like, oh, I literally transcended my body and ended up on the surface of Sirius. This always gets me. It's like, how do you know that was a sun then? And then a lot of people say this same narrative that I've spoken to, you know, where
I've heard that a lot too in the quote unquote 5D experience. And like these grays or reptilian attachments and stuff, and they supposedly go.
I'm not excluding any of that, or abductions, or any of that.
Yeah,
I think
right?
that's very real. I think that
it's real because
you know, in the wrong setting with the wrong people.
I think that I was abducted as a kid. I got an email, a guy, Bob, who's a subscriber of mine, who tells me exactly the same narrative as me. I got a girl, Maria, that comes up to me in the convention in Birmingham and tells me exactly the same story as what I had. Like, what is the chances? It's like, what? How is this even possible? Exactly the same story. Different people have come to me and told me.
Yeah, see, that's the
story.
one thing I keep coming across is these like repeated identical experiences of different individuals that I meet that say that they've experienced that in life, and it all seems to be pretty paralleled beyond, you know.
It's all linked to sleep paralysis. Mine was. The last time I had a severe sleep paralysis, I ended up like literally I had one of those spiritual abduction things going on, but there was shit in my room. There was things in my room. And I spent the next year in a wheelchair, where I woke up in the morning and my legs had gone into entropy and didn't work anymore. Doctors, I had every medical test you can imagine. They said there was no medical reason for it. It was a mental block caused through hyperactivity. So they're saying that I was hyperactive and I stopped my legs from working. Literally a year in a wheelchair. Through that night, okay, and then a year later, my legs just came back one morning. Man, my legs are back. But they'd all wasted away, so I did like physiotherapy and that because they were like sticks from not walking. All from that night, and I'd had a series of these. Basically, I trained myself to wake myself up. I was upset at time to go to bed, like nearly in tears, because I knew what I had to go through again. Okay, really upset. As when I went off, I would be on fire. When I go off to sleep in that in-between place, I would be on fire, but feeling the pain. Okay, so I trained myself to knock my head on the wall to wake myself up, or slap myself in the face to wake myself up when that happened. And this sleep paralysis thing is my mouth is locked open. I'm in the worst fear imaginable.
Yeah.
And you just froze. Your body, you can't do nothing. Your body's just paralyzed. It's the worst.
Yeah, a lot of people experience that with psychedelics.
The old stories say that comes from entities sitting on your chest, and that's where the whole nightmare thing comes
well,
from.
I've looked into that, yeah.
And
there was shit under my bed as well. I was convinced there was this goblin thing under my bed, pulling my bed clothes at the time, you know, just winding me up, laughing and stuff like that.
And it's interesting that like the whole entity removal thing has suddenly come into the consciousness, isn't it? Just in the last sort of year and a half or so, it's suddenly everyone's talking about getting rid of these entities. And, you know, we've been saying for years, you know, the whole thing of spirits, right? You know, spirits.
Me and my sister, we were really spooky kids, man. We were always fucking around with magic, you know, me and my sister. We were always really intrigued. And I mean, little kids. And it was like, you know, I think we conjured up loads of shit when we were kids. I'm wondering if all of that shit actually went away. Because I think about how spooky we were as kids. And what we didn't even know what we were doing, really. But
Ouija boards.
Like being spiritual. No, I never touched them. Never ever touched it. My auntie, when with the friends in the high school, went into the Dutch band, done a Ouija board. The one girl went out screaming hysterical. She went straight to the asylum, straight into the mental institution. She was gone.
I heard as a kid that if you
banned me, she's like, "Don't touch them. Don't ever touch the Tara." Because
I heard as a kid that if you throw in a Ouija. The Ouija thing, the Ouija board into the fire, that it'll scream. And I was like, I'm not going anywhere near those things.
No, that's just like a step too far. I've had like runes, runes reds, and that was quite intriguing. And I went in to see a fortune teller in Cardiff Central Market, Mrs. Kant fortune teller. She was like a Romanian woman. And she grabbed my hand and she just like went like that very gently and lovingly, closed it and said, "No, I can't read you." I was like, "What?" So I can't read you, I'm sorry. So I got paranoid thinking, why, am I going to die?
Are you dead?
Yeah, I was like, am I going to die? Is that what it is? She said, no, I'm just not going to be able to read you. So like, well, I have my money back then. And I was complaining about her as I walking away, saying, fucking hell, she was full of shit. And like, she literally heard me from a mile away and like called me back and said, no, I am real. I'm just not, I will not be allowed to read your palm. Okay, but you can't give me the reason why not. No. Okay.
I get that.
So that got me
I
really
get that
worried
too, man. Like every time I try and it's not that often, but every time I try and like get me a reading, it just never happens. They'll disappear, or it just I literally cannot get a reading. Everyone's going, oh, I got this reading, I did this, I saw a clairvoyant, and I'm like, oh, I should do that, and it's like it's impossible for me to do. It's so bizarre.
Really weird. The way she reacted, really the look on her face, I will never forget it. It spooked me because it's like, what is she seeing?
Holy
I'm
crap.
like, Jesus, am I going to die?
Maybe it's because we're not. Maybe they can only read NPCs or something because they've got a program. Who knows?
Do you know what? I was thinking that. I thought that years later because everyone else is just like flat, no response, nothing to tell. But yeah, I think she was real. I definitely feel she was psychic in some way and not just like a charlatan. But I reckon some of these charlatans, you know, they know because they got into that field in the first place. They know that they got an inkling that they got some psychic abilities. Some of these.
Well, a lot of them are just really good at reading people. You know, they're good at asking questions and seeing physical responses, and they just go off that. And you know,
I can do that to a certain extent, Campbell. You know, I can see people's inner pain. You know, I can usually nail what it is as well. You know, like a bad relationship, can tell. You know, but a bad trauma, childhood, definitely tells on people straight away. I normally see that.
Yeah. Well, it's in their aura, right? And that's,
it's in their aura. Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
it is.
And you interact auras before you actually interact otherwise. Yeah.
I've been able to see a few auras a couple times in my life. And then also, it's like when you stay up for a few days and are sleep deprived and aren't on hallucinogens, and like the shadows start to move and whatnot, it's like they kind of tie into the auras and energy of the environment, and then it's like you can start to see it more.
I can see your aura though.
Yeah, I can see a bit of yours. Yeah, I can see.
Yeah, you got like
I can see the first layer really easy.
Easy to do
you
though.
You can feel them too. They're quite easy to feel
I can
too.
interact with them. If you look
at
like say
layers.
When you're having a wash in the morning, you got a great one. It's like the toilet or the ceramic sink. It's pure white, and if you just hold your hands up against it as a background, and then you can see some sort of electro disturbance around your fingers. And the more you look at them, the more that they come on, the more you can see them. Yeah, and I can see them now, 100%.
Black backgrounds work as well. You can sort of see like a bit of a white kind of a thing. Yeah. And it's also.
What do you guys think of the Kirlian photography? Do you think that's really capturing the?
Oh, sorry.
Kirlian photography is extremely fascinating to me, and it's like there's a couple of specific frequency numbers I've recorded over the years that are claimed to be of it specifically, and I'm going to be looking more into that to like figuring out exactly what is going on, because it seems like it could essentially be the frequency of the aura if that can actually be like tracked. And it's also more in the ultraviolet spectrum, the exact opposite of this infrared that seems to be the demonic. And it's like those are both the very ends of the human visible light spectrum and like visual universe around us.
You're right there, brother. I got a light here and a mood lamp, and I put the lavender or the ultraviolets on it because to sort of energize my crown chakra, which is also that color, that purple ultraviolet color.
Right, and I swear there was like some Norwegian or Swedish studies a few years back that showed mental health is like increased like 30 or 50% just from having this ultraviolet blue light on you. Yeah, look at that, right? Like,
I think plants definitely feel pain if you cut the grass. Little scream.
Well, it's shown that they like it now. This latest study, the links of it and everything. It's crazy.
What's really interesting with the Kirlian photography is it shows if you clip away something.
The plant know if you're going to burn it, even if you're thinking you're going to burn it. The plant will know. They're psychic.
Yeah, Mike, what you're saying there, like there's some of these pictures where they've cut a piece of the leaf off and then do the Kirlian photography, and it like goes around where the missing piece of the leaf
shows
is.
It. Yeah, it's almost like it's holographic, or that there's some kind of a.
That's interesting.
You know, it's picking up on the etheric body is still there.
Right, like.
Wonder if that's what ghost pains are when people have amputated legs. It's like the energy field.
There's a really interesting
love light. And
speaking of phantom limbs, there was I've got a delay. I keep talking over everybody. Sorry.
No, you're there.
There's I think his name was Ramachandra. He's a neurologist who discovered that like people, the worst thing with phantom limbs is obviously that you can have this ongoing pain and something that's no longer there. But apparently one of the things that drives people nuts the most is when they have an itch that they can't scratch because there's nothing to scratch, you know. So it's just this ongoing itch that you just can't deal with, you know. And so this neurologist started experimenting with mirrors, and you've probably seen this thing where you got the two hands that you know, one is a fake arm, and they've got a mirror set up so that they're looking at the mirror, and then they're seeing their left arm as the right arm, which is actually a fake arm, and then they start rubbing it, and then eventually they hit it with a hammer, and the person like freaks out, you know. But what this guy realized is that he could set up the mirror and you know, basically like start itching the other hand, but the person would see it and finally the itch would go away, and he was curing people with this.
That's incredible. But that sort of makes sense in a way as well, doesn't it? But what's the deeper implications, you know?
Yeah, it's like I think it's miswiring of the brain.
It's like what we see. You know, we think we see things outside of ourselves, but all vision actually happens inside your
we're not in our rooms. Our rooms are in our heads. Yeah, we're not sitting in our room. Close your eyes and go. It's because it's in our head. All in our So there's nothing in going on that. There's nothing in the exterior world.
Exactly.
There is nothing out there. And quantum mechanics tells you that. It tells you no atom connects with any other atom, and it's all, you know, indistinguishable properties for us to collapse or whatever. But
this is the thing.
Somebody here doesn't know what
go inside. You know, ignore the outside world because it's just an illusion, because it literally doesn't exist. Everything's inside us. Someone asked what the mountain,
what that mountain was behind me.
Yeah, L. What's it called? L. Ofund? L. Something.
It's called Mont Go is the name of the mountain. And if you want to learn more about it, there's an interesting series on YouTube called Unveiling a Titan.
Oh,
6 parts.
What channel would that be on? Do you know what channel that's on by any chance, Mark?
I always forget the name of it.
I know. It's also written right next to the elephant.
7. And that's go in with an open mind, and it's. I've been told that the videos are stronger than psychedelics because they don't wear off.
Ah, well, there you go, and they're cheaper. But it is a good series. You know, go on. You know, if anyone's sort of wondering about Titans, or you know, thinks it's a pile of crap, or thinks it's real, whatever, go check it out, because some of the stuff. That's what I watched when I first came across Titans, and I was like, oh, you know, yeah, right, this is just crap. But then I watched your series, and the ear hole got me. I was just like, oh, God, here we go.
Yeah, the ear. Well, the first video is just an overview. The second video is of the eye socket and all of the findings in the eye. Third is on the ear. There's actually a cave right where the ear should be. The fourth was on the tissues of the mountain. So it's all about the breakdown of the different kinds of stones that are found all around the mountain and how those correspond to anatomy. Hey, Hippie Shake has just shared a link, so thank you.
There you go. Yeah.
And then the fifth is a return to the eye. And actually, I took Andreas up there with Victor Buge, and we I was just showing him all the stuff I'd already found. And while we were up there, we made a huge discovery, and that's in the fifth video. And then the sixth is covering a whole bunch of other stuff. There's about a year between the fifth and the sixth video check them out there.
So the world's becoming more interesting, isn't it? I mean, remember back in 2015 when mountains were just rocks and mountains? Now they're titans.
They were always buildings and titans. And that there's so many cliffs and mountains that like look like massive faces and are these different like giants and whatnot, that I've just seen too many of them, but that there's many pictures and videos taken of them and they're all verifiable and not this stupid AI crap that's going to be like claimed to be coming out. And that it's like, once again, it's like we're at a point where we have to document everything from 2022 to actually do your research before you claim any new picture in 2023, because chances are it's not real.
Well, especially when it comes to the Titans, it's so frustrating because it's always 2D, right? It's always a photograph, and you'll see several photographs of the same site, but oftentimes they're from the exact same angle. People don't consider the fact that shadows are hitting at a particular angle and creating features that really aren't there. So that was one of the frustrations for me the whole time I was doing the series and investigations. How much
you actually go into it, and you get into the anatomy and where things should be, and you check out the caves, and rather than just sort of looking at it going, yeah, that looks like the giant. So I mean, this is the thing. I think we're obviously dealing with everything, right? I think there's obviously titans out there, or what do you call it? Giant geology, biology, but we've got the
I coined the term biogeology.
That is what I love.
Most people think of mud fossils.
Like how you biogeology, and then you're actual like looking into like all the different stones that are these exact like muscle features, how they're preserved, looking at them under microscopes. You're actually doing real science with it, to the point of it's like undeniable. It blows my mind every time I watch your work, Mike. It's fascinating as F. We got to get you together with Michael Tellinger.
I would love to talk to him. I've reached out to him a few times. I've sent emails, but I've never heard back.
He's not an easy man to get hold of, Mike. He's not. I've tried a good few times. Because we were in the same field. When he went flat Earth and these circular things he was on about in South Africa, I wanted to talk about them.
He started a mud fossil university. A mud fossil museum in South Africa as well.
All right.
And he's got a video where he shows a stone heart as well. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like just such corresponding work to your own. It's like two completely independent sources, and then it's like Roger also bit 3, where it's like it's pretty undeniable at this point when you look into it, and the amount of actual science you put into it, Mike, it whole new reality to this realm.
I never bought that case.
I'm having parenting responsibilities here.
Whoa.
Right, like this one, I've seen several videos of it now of different angles, people out on boats getting it, drones above it.
Yeah, that's the one in the water,
I was just looking
isn't
for
it?
pictures, and I just brought up that picture.
Oh,
now.
what's this one?
Right, but it's
What do
at
you
a
think
different
that
angle.
is? God.
Dead giant went happy. Sorted.
Yeah, rigor mortis. Titan rigor mortis.
Wow.
That's obviously what, a
Rhino?
carving, you reckon? That's pretty cool, but it looks like it's carved into a tree or something.
And see, some of probably half or 3/4 of them are actually carved as opposed to biogeology, but it's that there's both, and both like validate this ancient, older mega civilization terraforming, and that they were, trying to imitate the real Titans that were there, sort of thing, like it goes one and the same of just.
And of course,
there's so much that it's not pareidolia.
They've just released the movie. Oh God, that's not it. Troll, which is about a Titan.
Thank you, Marcel Plodger, 55 euros. Happy free energy and a flat thumbs New Year. Bernard Campbell Martin's there to Stelling 7. Everyone, love and peace, brothers. Much love.
Oh my God.
Flat thumbs.
Okay, that's it there. Troll. If you haven't seen it, on Netflix, and that's literally about Titan. Mountain comes alive, right?
When Netflix popped this up, the first thing that came to my mind was Stellium's beautiful face.
That movie was so fun. Everyone keeps telling me to watch Troll Hunter. I haven't seen that one yet, but I saw this one and I was just like, oh my God, has somebody been following me around? It was very entertaining. It's frustrating because I've been waiting for someone else to go to one of these. There's certain pictures that you see. You guys were just looking at them, but I had to deal with some family stuff. Of these mountain ranges that are just like, there's way too much there. It looks like a being. It's not just. But you're only seeing one angle, and it's like you got to get boots on the ground. People got to get down there. If there's an eye or an eye socket or something, you need to go in there and see if you can find some anatomy. So I've really, with Unveiling of Titans, I've created a template that you don't have to be a medical doctor to know the anatomy. You can just look at the books. It's all available online, and figure out what you would expect to see if you're inside of a cave that might not, or check out my second and fifth Unveiling a Titan videos. But none of that has happened. It's like been almost 4 years now since I put out that first video, and so maybe there aren't so many of them around the world. I don't know. But if it wasn't for the Heartstones, I would have probably just hung up what do you hang up? Just hung it up, a long time ago. But when I started finding those and recognizing them and doing the research on those, I realized how important the information is. But it's the thing is, you've got to, with the algorithms, you just got to keep producing content all the time. Like if I go 2 weeks or 3 weeks without doing anything,
I know
it goes down to nothing. It's like it flatlines, and I don't have the time or the energy, and I don't want to bore people by also
we have
my
to
channel
integrate for the next one, Mike and Martin, to be multi-streaming on your guys' channel as well.
Could have
we'll
done
get
that.
Figured out. Yeah, we should. The counts that Campbell's on, we should be able to get it hooked up for the next one.
Another thing that's easier is you can just go live on your channel, and you just share screen to the stream.
Well, that's all there is. Just share the watch page.
Just do that, and then
yeah, I've done multi-streaming in the past, a long while ago though. But yes, doable. No problem.
Make her a regular thing, and have to force Graham Hancock on.
Oh, that would be sweet.
Yeah, I think this year we're going to have to try and get a few bigger names involved in our little corner of the.
Yeah, why are they so unapproachable? Like Tellinger or Hancock. They're not, they're truthers, but they're not in the truthers. It's just like, why are they so unapproachable? Why are they?
Yeah, they're trying to hit this level, don't they?
Well, when
I know.
Tellinger went flat earth about 5 years ago.
Books, but you've written books, Martin, so.
I don't know. It's just like they're not allowed to, in case we ask awkward questions. There's a lot of stuff that they would have to backtrack on some of their stuff. Yeah, with some of the new discoveries. Like what I'm trying to say is we are way ahead of them on television and academia. Okay, so you know we're going to be telling them stuff, and that they're going to be really embarrassed because they're supposed to be the cutting edge of truth in the world. And it's like, no,
just have an open discussion with them, sort of thing, right? It's like we don't have to like force anything on, but just open, honest discussion of ideas and get their feelings on it, right?
Graham, come over and talk to us.
Email me. Yes,
email Campbell, get over here.
I'm manifesting Graham
Hancock
coming on this realm. This realm.
You got so much backlash when you went flat Earth.
The bigger you get, the more you've got to lose. So you know they're not as willing to go and get exposed. You know, like or whatever. But you know, who knows, right? Who knows? They do claim to be truthers. You know, about the truth. You know, can't hurt. Everybody in chat, all 500 of you, rub your temples like this and think that we're going to interview Michael Tellinger, and it will happen.
Right, and Rex at League Project gets some videos with Tellinger, so I'm gonna get that happening through.
Get on to Rexy boy then.
Yes, sir, and probably also a Randall Carlson at some point. I think he might be a Freemason.
Randall Carlson, I don't know about Randall. Randall seems to me the kind of guy that you would say, you'd bring up a question or you'd say, what about this? And he'd just be like, no, I'm completely right. Fuck you. You know, I just...
Yeah, right?
It doesn't seem very open-minded to me.
We'll leave him for Joe. We'll leave him for Joe.
Maybe I'm just jealous because you can grow a good beard. Who knows? So, what is your 2023 looking like, Martin? What have we got planned here? We're at the end of 2022.
Okay.
What's happening?
I have got things in the pipeline, and I'm working on stuff because basically, all my friends seem to be going a bit scatty through loneliness, me included. So all we're going to do is when the spring hits, get some more tribal gatherings together, Cambell. That's what we're going to do. And I'm on that already, looking into some sort of place which I would be like not them, not feeling them. You know, I've tried in these, you know, in the city centres and all of that. It's so corporate, it's so them. It's just very unfavourable to truthers and myself. So maybe some event. Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah. So
we definitely need to meet up in people. But I think another big thing is getting out of the cities if you can and all do it.
In the country, I was looking at a 3-day event. I was looking at you know, the whole thing, stage.
Because I spent I was just over on the East Coast and I spent 5 days at Kelly's farm.
Yeah, I've seen that video.
150 acres and just no walls, right?
That's
just no walls. Country. It's just like, whoa. And I got back here and I started going a bit bloody stir crazy just because of all the walls. Like I'd be inside and like I'd just start going, oh my, and I'd have to get out and go for a walk. It was really
my
weird.
friend's the same. She lives on a boat. She came here. She couldn't stand her indoors, and it's not moving around. She's had to have all the windows open because it's stifling.
And that was just 5 days being out in nature. And as soon as I got into a house back in the suburbs with fences and walls, my brain was like, nah, man, you got to get out of here. So I am.
It's rubbish the weather at the moment in Britain. So as soon as this goes, because I think January is going to be a bit gnarly. I got that feeling. But as soon as that's going to start getting the people together, because it's all good and well the truth online. And that does, you know, serve a purpose of waking people up. But, you know, for it makes him just so much more when you can actually.
You've got to get the auras interacting.
But a bit more of that I'm going for.
You know, this is the thing. When you do gather in groups, like literally all the auras do connect. You all do connect into one.
Brother, I had the most beautiful experience ever.
You know?
That one I did in Birmingham, 300 people shit out of nowhere, right? I tell you what, it was just after COVID, and you have never seen so many happy people in all your life. It was just everyone just wanted to hold one another and just, you know, honestly, if we didn't do anything at all,
it was ridiculous.
It was just,
and we went for a walk around the city, and we got more than 400 people turn up, and we walked around Melbourne.
It's mental.
And people were just going off their nuts. Just they were loving it. I know,
it's the best.
You know, just being able to talk to someone and just being able to be yourself and not have to censor and worry about what they're
who do we talk to in our world? I try this. I'm sure I went into I popped in a pub with Mel yesterday, right? Just in and out we were really. But the guy, we sat down with this guy and he's like, I said, like, oh, I do YouTube and that, because we got talking, and he was talking about truthy stuff. And he said, what you do? I just said, oh, just alternative history. He said, what, mud floods? I was like, yeah, mud floods. So,
nice.
you know, and it's twice this week. In the last week, somebody has known. I got a guy in the supermarket. He was a foreign friend. He didn't know who I was, but he did. And he said, it's Martin, Tartarian, mud floods, yes? I was like, yes. So it's like,
it's happening. I hear everyone.
Why is that when they're not really that big? You
I
know,
thought that was a Chinese psyop.
But we are, but it is. It is. Like, you listen to these big channels. I mean, it's even been on Joe Rogan, right? But these big channels, every time they talk about, they're all saying history's false, and they're all talking about what we're talking about. And even if they don't come out and say Tartarian, they say things like the World's Fairs or the buildings, or they're onto it, man. This topic's a lot bigger than they're letting us know, I reckon.
Yeah, I do see.
Big time. Like the suppression of like the algorithms and like the amount they cut the subs and the views, it's insane. Who knows how big it really is?
I guess like videos deleted daily. I had one yesterday. Oh, it's copyrighted. It's removed for like a 3-year-old video. Yeah. It's like they keep doing it.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, tell me what video it is, and they're like, no, we're not going to tell you.
No, they didn't tell me. Just like
I did an interview recently. I did an interview recently with Veritas TV, Veritas Radio.
Did you?
Oh,
and
in Mexico, yeah.
Yeah, it went really well, and that it published about a week ago. He's got a big following, I didn't get a single sub or comment I told you my channel is flatlining because I haven't done anything in a couple months, and not even a tiny little uptick from that. Zero. So it took me like a couple years to get up to about 17,000 subs, and then like the last 3,000 subs have been the last 3 years. It's crazy how like the knob has been turned down. But the Veritas thing just shocked me, because when I did an interview once with SGT Report, and I got in the space of about a week or two, I got like 6,000 subs from that. And that was before his channel was yanked by YouTube. He had 750,000 subs at the time. But the Veritas thing just totally stunned me. I was like, what? Nothing? Zero? I'm lying. I got one comment from David White. He a week before it published, because he's one of the Patreons of Veritas, and so he saw it like a week before it came out. I'm like, how the heck did you see the interview? And he's like, I've just watched part 1 of Veritas. You're killing it. And that was literally the only comment I got for the entire interview was from David White. So that's not bad.
Maybe they just don't want you to know, and they're blocking it from you, Mike, so you don't feel good about it, and that just like they gaslight you. YouTube gaslight us. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Okay? Things are obviously a lot bigger, because I know that from people.
Well, there was a period where I was putting out a bunch of
something going on. They keep it on.
There was a period where I was putting out a bunch of videos, and I was literally losing such video. But when I don't put in anything, I get a little bit each. It's like,
see, I have a little brainstorm about this myself, but yeah, I have brainstorms the same about it, thinking what the fuck is going on all these years and that. But like, that's ego related, I'm thinking. It's definitely, obviously, not us and our efforts, because we smash it all the time. So it's not us. It's YouTube not wanting us fucking shared. I got like
the only way that I'm growing
point. I got one. I won't go below, say, 90,000 views, or if I can in a month, or something like that. I don't like. That's my shit. I better get fucking content quick. That's my line.
I hate watching that bloody thing. It's like Mike says, as soon as you have a couple of days without content, it drops down.
That's dangerous. YouTube is addictive. It's probably not good. It's a bad energy, a lot of it.
Well, it used to be when you put out a new video. When you put out a new video, it used to be like a big surge for about 24 hours, and then you get a second surge like the next day when people like woke up that hadn't seen it. Now it's like a 6 or an 8 hour lift, and then it just goes, it plummets and it flatlines.
Nothing else,
that.
yeah. Like no one else
Oh,
watches
Martin,
it.
you had a big channel that got taken down, didn't you? What were you up to?
Well,
you were up to like 40,000 subs or something.
Yeah, that went, and then
right?
I got that back eventually. That's the Celtic Tartarian channel, but I started this brand new channel then, Martin Leaker, like about 2-3 years ago now, from zero. I had zero. I lost absolutely everything, and I had to start over. But just persistency, you know, that's all I guess you this. You just keep on going, keep on trying.
Well, I think the other thing is if we can get our stuff on other platforms, like when I look at my stats, that's where I'm growing. Is from other.
I asked a friend
it's
about
not from YouTube showing me stuff because they're not doing it. But if you can get your stuff on Facebook or Telegram, then people will come across and sub from there, and that's. But I mean, I'm supposed to be growing like 2,000 to 3,000 a month, and I might get 100 if I'm lucky. It's like every month.
Yeah,
like, you grew 3,000 subs, and I'm like, what does that mean that you deleted 2,900? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Right, like Cambell literally a few days ago was up to 75,000, and then it's like now he's back down to 73 something.
They should be notified. Where are they? Where are they?
The last time Dutch Seds shouted out my channel, it went both of my two channels went up about 500 subscribers in 4 hours, and like it was going up like 10, and then like I went to sleep for like an hour, woke up to have to go to the bathroom, and it was like back down minus 500 exactly to where it was before he shouted it out. And then it like has kept it there ever since and let me gain
I think, go through 80
subscribers over the last 2 weeks since then.
Yeah.
They even censored Google Earth right after I put out the videos on the mountain. The second,
that's right.
Right.
In the fifth video, I show unequivocally that the befores and afters of the Google Earth footage, and after I did the third or the fourth video, they censored the eye and the ear. I've had people comment and say, I was kind of on the fence with your stuff before, but after seeing what they did with Google Earth, I'm totally convinced now.
Now I believe it.
Yeah, somebody's asking about Girolamo Segato. Yeah, there's another guy named Bruni also. They both were able to turn anything to stone, and their stuff is still in museums in Italy.
Yeah.
I think, there's so much that's been hidden that they were able to do in the past. I think, you can see people have tried to debunk the whole, they couldn't have made these stone sculptures, with the fishnets and it's impossible to do that with the hammer and the chisel. And then you've got videos of a guy doing just that. But I can't remember who it was. I think it might've been Paul Cook that it was What the Flock TV showed that a bunch of these marble statues have no grain. There's no sign that it's a natural marble. So it has to have been a geopolymer
grain.
So they've carved it out of wood they probably carved it out of some softer material,
made a mold,
then created a mold, and then poured in some kind of geopolymers, because it makes no sense. I mean, when you look at like that couple of those famous ones where their bodies that are draped with fishnets, and you can see like the spiral twine of the rope in the marble, and it's like, that would have taken a lifetime to make that.
Martin showed one a few weeks ago with that muscle in the guy's arm. Remember that? And there's a statue, and the guy's got his middle finger up or something. And when you do that,
it's the only time it shows.
Muscle. It's the only time it shows. And this muscle's in the
Michelangelo's. I'll bring it up now. That was
Michelangelo's muscly dude in a
there's pose. Probably some kind of a petrification technology. They could probably do it to a full body,
Well, this is the other thing, the Medusa technology, they all get zapped and go the way of Lot's life. Lot's life, Lot's war. That's his
or the Kraken, which was a Titan.
See, do you know why Lot got to get the escape pass from getting obliterated? Is he saved an angel from getting raped, apparently.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, what? Angels get raped? What the hell's going on?
Which is interesting, because that angel was clearly a physical being, right? That was being beaten up and stuff.
Very confusing, the whole thing. But yeah, his wife.
Have you guys seen the video?
There's also that other verse in the Bible that says,
Have you guys seen the video of it?
Be nice to strangers because they might be angels. You know, what is it? Be nice to strangers and when they come to your home or something, because they might be angels. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Who angels? What's the angle, man?
Or gangels, as we like to call them. I'm not so sure about all these.
Well, it's funny that they say angel, and they say that they're at the four corners, and angel is angle.
Exactly that. And also, all of the ends in EL, which is electric.
L,
you know, the angel EL. You know, Gabriel. You know, all of them end in EL. Let me show you that statue of that muscle. It was really interesting. That's quite beautiful. That for a glass work. That I quite like that.
That's pretty nice.
That is beautiful.
And we love you, Brian Evans.
Brian Evans
Hey,
back
Brian.
in.
One love.
One love.
They got some
We
gnarly
lost
statues.
Across and platforms.
You guys, someone mentioned Sodom and Gomorrah. You guys have seen the videos of like if you go there, you can find these little white sulfur balls that are that are embedded all over, and it's like the purest sulfur found on Earth. And you light that stuff up, and it's like, you know, burning magnesium or something. It's super hot. And it's like, okay, that's interesting. That like,
right?
it's just,
like
that whole region is riddled with that stuff. Like
those videos, like you're bang on. Like we should actually take a look at that after this. I'm also taking this momentary.
And have you seen the Rock of Horeb? Have you seen
smoke? I'm back.
Yeah, I'll.
There's like a 4-minute video.
Oh no!
Okay, I can do without this stuff. Come on.
What were these bloody Phoenicians doing, man?
I don't know. Let's not talk about it.
Dirty dance.
We do have.
Oh, you weren't supposed to close your tab. I wanted to go right back.
I thought you were bringing stuff up. I thought you wanted to share.
Yeah, keep sharing. I'm going up for smoke. I'm back.
Literally millions to share if I wanted.
There's a video also of drone footage of the Rock of Horeb. The Rock of Horeb. Maybe one of you can find that. There's like a 4-minute drone footage video of this. So supposedly struck when Moses drove his staff into the ground, and it split the rock, and then out of the rock came a spring, and that spring flowed down the rocks and into the valley, and it created this fertile region that they could all live in. Right after I think was that after the 40 years in the desert with the world's worst navigator. So the Rock of Horeb.
We're driving it.
That's what I mean, guys. I'm sure it's this way. Come on.
No. It's up here to the right. I swear.
Maybe you went the long way around.
No, that wasn't it. But the Rock of Horeb. So there's this rock that sits up on a hill, and it's split like it was cut like a laser, and on one side of the rock, it's just the normal rock, and on the other side of the rock, it's got all of this wear that looks like water was flowing out of it for a long time, and the rocks below are all smoothed out. So it's just another one of those sites like Mount Ararat with the Ark and Sodom, like these little tidbits from the Bible that are like, oh, wait a minute, is there some truth to that story? Like it's not just metaphor, or
well. I've always looked at the Bible as basically a history book, you know, not necessarily in the right order or written very well, but it's a history book, right? And I've probably just offended half of
especially when you consider the apocryphal texts. You know, the apocryphal texts that were removed, like the Book of Enoch and Jasher. Those are the ones that are talking about Titans.
They're the good ones. And,
yeah, Enoch. Mentions the size of them, says that they're roughly 3,000 ells tall, which is a mile tall, which is about the size of the mountain behind me there. 750 meters, but it's flying down, so it would have been a bit taller than that. So it's an interesting, just little, because I didn't know anything about the Book of Enoch or Jasher, any of those before I started doing this study of the mountain, I knew about, Medusa and these myths, but this was a
man, they ripped the Bible apart
crazy thing
back in the Council of Nicaea.
What was that, 100 AD or something?
Yeah, 71 AD, wasn't it? Is that right? Something like that. But it's weird when
that was where they're also deciding on the Trinity, and
and I asked, why don't you believe this is part of the book? They've got these funny answers. It's like you can't have a Bible and then say it's written by God and then take bits of it out.
Also, when they decided on the Trinity and.
Sorry, I'll be quiet. You speak, Mike.
We're stepping on it. No, it's. I don't know if it's a delay or what.
I don't know. I'm not sure if the Bible is just that in a journey. Might be just out in a journey. It's a bit of a horror story, the Bible. There's terrible stuff going on in there, and all sorts of stuff that wouldn't really happen. You wouldn't even think of in the normal world. It's just like, what the hell is going on in this book? But
talking to burning bushes. I mean, clearly they're on drugs. But come and sacrifice your firstborn son to me, and the whole Passover thing. Was it king? Who was the king? Was it Herod who went out and killed all the babies and stuff?
Yeah.
And
there's a lot of gnarly stuff going on. I don't know. I like to think, it could be like I'm like this. Every time I mention Jesus Christ, I get in trouble. But do I think like he's an actual physical character that existed sometime in, before the medieval period? And that, because I'm just trying to get my head around why a mystical being would sing over, apparently 2,000 years on a whole civilization, Western civilization is based on this Christian figure, but there's no Christianity in the Bible, at all. This is just like, so I got like, is it just like a crazy cult? Because they're like worshipping an effigy of death. This is crazy stuff, man. Who the hell's going to have a torture
got
victim?
me, man.
Yeah. So
when I was a young child, I was just like, that's a freaky symbol to have.
And save us from what exactly? They're not really specific. This soul business, is it ours to even sell? What's this deal that they're on about? We coming in.
That's the other thing is,
in the meat bags.
They tell us we're all born with sin.
Well, bullshit.
That's what a bunch of crap.
No, I think we're born probably spiritually enlightened, and it's downhill from there. As soon as you get into the indoctrination program, drag you away.
We're born into sin,
Yeah, exactly. I don't think we got animals as well. They're born like just dead, aren't they? They haven't got any of this matrix wiring. The animals, dogs, cats, and all of that. Have they? They're just there.
They just happy,
and they seem mesmerized by the whole experience, especially when they stare at people. It's like they got recognition in their eyes. Maybe they're thinking, I used to be
these animals are crazy, man. Look at them going to work, driving those bloody machines around. Crazy.
But we got all of that, but how can we presume that ants are not like, doing their, they're at the peak of their technological stuff when they're building stuff, and birds can build a nest, and beaver can do like engineering, the engineers copy from the beavers.
Yeah.
Not the other way around. Yeah. So
I know
like
what
the animals nailed it.
What bees do, man. They're far out.
Bees. Yeah. There's no tape measure for them for the geometric shapes, but they are mathematically perfect. So how are they doing that exactly? Our geometry. That sort of sings that this place is geometrical and fractal by nature.
It's
anyway,
just luck.
Isn't it? Just luck.
Yeah. They keep lucking out every single time.
Bees are really lucky.
Lucky, man. They're lucky that they don't fall to the ground, because apparently they can't fly. Or is that bumblebees?
I don't know. I did beekeeping. They were really beautiful creatures. They're fluffy. They're really nice. They do this buzzing around your head when they're all flying around that makes you feel energized when you walk away. But if you're a horrible person, like a dog will bark at a person who's diesel, who's got bad energy. A dog will know. Yeah. And he'll be like, I don't really like you. They just know. They know loving people. They know bad people. Bees are the same. If they don't, if you're wired wrong, the bees will do this insane buzzing all of a sudden, like a click of a finger, and it is unbearable to be in. I mean, it's white noise. I mean, you gotta get the fuck out. Right. It's that bad. I haven't heard it myself, but my friend, the people I work with, said you don't want to be in that sound. It really wrecks your head. So they can do that noise stuff as well. And you have like more than two, you could have two queens in the nest. It was so interesting to, and people really, really cared for these these bees, you know, giving them sugar water and stuff. But they were giving them chemicals for diseases. I didn't dig that. You know, modern pharmaceutical chemicals for some of these parasites that they get. Yet my friend had a bee's nest just left to the wilds out of back, kept on going every year, absolutely fine. So there's no really need for it.
Yeah,
but there is something about the bees. They're fantastic.
When they try and turn it into a business, that it all goes bloody backwards, isn't it?
But they're psychic little fellas, you know. They just on that buzz. It's just a really strange experience with them. They know what you're thinking, you know. They're on that buzz. It's amazing.
Yeah,
but animals are there.
It's a buzz.
They're bees that create psychedelic honey as well.
Dog. Yeah. If you're giving off that nervous buzz, the dog instantly or a rat or whatever will pick up on it and they will act and respond. That's you doing that. That's you creating that. That like, why is he freaked out about me? You know, I'm freaked out about him.
Well, it's the same with authorita as well, right? If someone, you know, if authority come up and they're like rah rah rah, and you're like, oh, on the back foot, then they've got you, man. But if you stand there and in your buzziness,
well, this is what I do
like,
anyway.
Well, hang on, what happened? You know, my energy field didn't change his. Oh my god.
They want you to shake. They want you to quiver under their threats that they keep giving everybody and gaslighting everybody to play the game. It's just insane. Nobody should be paying taxes. They print money as they fucking need it. This is a gaslighting of extreme level. You know, they just proved that 2 years ago when they printed off more money in the last 100 years in 2 years than they printed ever. You know, since the beginning of paper currency. So
and now it's all just going across to support a blue and yellow country, right?
I think they're going to definitely try this surrogate thing, you know, where we're all just in our houses living a virtual reality life. They're just making it. They got zones in British cities now, right, guys, where they got these like industrial estates. My friend was saying yesterday, where you got like a couple of different cities in Britain have been given this now, right, where you're not to go out of your area. But you can shop in the local, you know, mall or the local industrial estate, which are everywhere in America, Canada, Britain. Just all of them have arrived. Same shops, you know, TK Maxx and all the rest. So they are keeping people in their areas. They want people in, you know, away from cars. It's pushed towards electric cars and these scooters and bicycles, and everyone staying in their local area and staying in. Because they want people staying in now, because you know all of this is available. You can look at the world.
Outdoors will kill you, man.
You can't go there.
Yeah,
you know,
they could
work from home.
It's all for our safety. It's all for us. It's all to look after us.
Homeschooling online.
Exactly. So they want to keep everybody in, away from one another, and you know, that's a deeper agenda in itself.
I was reading this thing about homeschooling. There was this mother, and she's like, my son was in a Zoom, you know, classroom for school, and he got detention. And she's like, I just got an email with a link to a Zoom room that he has to go and sit in for detention.
What? That's 10 times insanity.
Right? He's gonna just sit there, sit
in a chair in front of the Zoom room on your own for detention. They're not going to abide by that, surely.
No, she laughed and just sort of was like,
yeah, because I would never turn up for detention.
This is the clown world we find ourselves in, right? It's like nothing is predicated on anything that makes sense anymore. It's just like the weirder you can be and like the weirder, you know, connections you can make, the more, you know, the system loves you, right?
Yeah, it's astounding to me how people put like total twats on like a pinnacle of being a hero. Like, you know, people actually think Elon Musk is like a savior and a character, and he's like superhuman intelligence, when all of us truthers can see straight through him, and he's far from that, far from whatever he is. And all of these personalities that they put all of this weight on, and they're all like fibulous.
Well, I mean, Andrew Tate. You know, I mean, that dude's been around for 3 or 4 months, came out of nowhere, and everyone's talking about Andrew, this dude, and all these young guys are following him, and you know,
I don't know him. Was he a YouTuber? Was he?
Did you hear what happened to him yesterday?
Yeah. Now he's apparently been done for trafficking.
Human trafficking. Him and his brother got arrested for human trafficking
because he had to go at Greta. So, but no one. But I heard
an interesting
thing that someone said is, you know, we've got this what's that chick's name who's sitting in, you know, Jeffrey's girlfriend who's sitting in a jail cell, and we haven't got one name of why she's been, you know, she's been charged, but we've got not one name of why she's been charged, right?
Yeah.
But suddenly this dude who's been done for the same thing, it's all over, it's everywhere. So it's kind of looking a bit, but I mean, to know, you know, clearly he's been put there, right? He's not just he's been put there. And if you look into him, he's from, you know, you know,
that's like weeks. That's like weeks of live streaming Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, and then like, you know, the most important trial of the century, you know, with Ghislaine Maxwell. Oh, we're going to seal that information, flight lists and all that. You know, it's like,
that went on the same time that the Ghislaine Maxwell trial was on, so that everyone forgot. This is what they do. So I'm wondering what they're trying to hide. Is it maybe because Zelensky was in America or something, or it's clearly it's like a false flag online false flag, right? It's like, look here, and you know, don't look at what the backhand's doing, kind of thing. So it's an interesting.
Do we even know any of that's even happened? You know, all you get from the court when Maxwell was in there was pencil drawings to the back of her head. You got no TV or no movie footage, and I find it difficult to believe that Robert Maxwell's billionaire daughter would be laying in a scummy prison cell anywhere. I'm just not buying it. I really don't think so.
Yeah, we don't have any proof that she's in a prison cell, do we? Yeah.
Well, any
people have no idea how deep those rabbit holes go. Like, you know, into Ghislaine Maxwell and Tara Mar, and you look into, you know, the resident in chief in the U.S. has an island not far from where, you know, where Epstein's was, and Ghislaine has, you know, submarine pilot's license, and those are old. The islands are like old military bases, so they have underwater docking stations. So like, the flight list is just a small portion. What about all the people who are coming underwater? You know,
and this is the thing. I mean, we know this all started right back with the orphan trains and that. It's the same thing.
It's the same thing.
It's still going on.
And why are they calling out a lot of their meteor people? Like Jimmy Kimball's all over the internet this week. He's being called out as being on that list, and he's has his show in the Masonic Hall, etc. Yeah, and he's like, he's all over the internet this week. People are having a go at him, you know, I just noticed that there's a lot of people that, like, you know, what is like Kanye West actually doing, saying that they sacrificed his mother, and you know that this satanic agenda is a real thing. You know, it's like, how's he even walking, breathing, talking? You know, they want this out there.
Why isn't he being taken down? Which makes me think, you know, is there something to this, you know, whatever you want to call it, but this, you know, white hat kind of thing? Are there people getting disclosure out? Because it kind of does look like that.
Well, why was Richard Gervais allowed to stand in the globe, you know, the Golden Globe Awards in America, and like literally say, "You're all paedophiles," like literally to them, "You all been to Epstein." It's not my fault. You did this, and he's like literally called them out. How is he even permitted? They must have known it. He was reading her off an auto cue, okay? So they knew the script was written.
What he was going to say.
So
I think most everything is scripted. That's my take.
Yeah.
You know, when they shut everything down for COVID, I think they just shipped all of the screenwriters and the producers and everybody to Washington and said, we're just going to make one big film and we're going to put everybody in it. You know, and so we're in that film now.
Wow.
It's going to be called TV, social media.
I got a 30-day ban yesterday on Facebook because I shared a humor meme of it's Pelosi getting up from bed with Zelensky, and she's putting on her lingerie or putting on her clothes, you know, and Zelensky's there with his head between his hands, and she's like, see, that wasn't so bad, was it? That was worth $47 billion, wasn't it? Like a 30-day ban for that. Like, what? It's a fucking joke. Like, excuse me.
He's another joke. All of them.
God, you know.
Last week they had.
I'm not claiming that actually happened.
Jenner. I was like, oh my god. It's like, is they even related? Caitlyn Jenner and our Greta Thunberg last week talking. It's like, somebody will have to actually marry that Greta Thunberg. Can you imagine how bad that will be? Well, maybe not, but I don't know. She's going to grow up and do stuff in the future. So I'm thinking, my God, God's help us all. Yeah. But yeah, again, people think she's a hero speaking up about, you know, she's just solidifying that.
She's the hero of the youth, like telling them all how they're evil and they've killed their planet and they should I don't know.
All us old
themselves or
timers
something.
know all of this shit. We had it all. We had some greenhouse effect. And we had, the big hole in the ozone. Let's stop using
man.
CFDs. And then we
The
had.
hole in the ozone layer. That was
We've
just
had all
south
of
of
these
where I
going on
live.
over the years. And this is the
Yeah,
new one, the
man.
CC33 climate change has been coming out for a while. But obviously,
Well,
the
40
weather is
years
doing
ago,
something.
40 years ago, they were pumping us with global cooling fear.
As well,
we're gonna go the way of the woolly mammoth if we don't get our shit together,
Ragnarok.
right? We need to really. It's like okay, and in the space of 40 years, the narrative switched 180 degrees, and it's like, but the scientists are all in agreement.
Well, the solar minimum was due, so that would be the last time it happens. Apparently, in the Maunder minimum, Europe fell into a sort of mini ice age. Apparently, in the medieval period, the Maunder minimum. Yeah. So they're saying like the sun's doing that again. Going into,
and that's just and then the geological. Don't the reports say that we're still literally coming out of that mini ice age?
Minimum, yeah. Well, it's a graph, yeah. So
you can tell it's getting hotter because of how cold it is.
Yeah, but it's only pencil drawings again. They just could be all ice. I don't know. They show us pictures of the River Thames with a marker on it because it's all frozen over.
Well, it's like that saying, right? There's 3 types of lies. Lies, big lies, and statistics.
Who makes up
lies,
statistics?
Damn lies and statistics.
Gallup know the answer to everything. They just during COVID. How were they doing? Asking people during COVID with lockdown for these statistics.
These polls, man. I've never been asked in my life. I've never had someone do one of these polls. And
8 out of 10 owners said their dogs prefer it.
Yeah, all these things that you hear, it's like this is what
everyone's doing. Did you never have a dad's doorstep challenge? Certain up. Could you wash this and try this washing powder? Because that's like never to me.
That's when they knock on your door, isn't it? Have you got a dirty shirt?
Try this washing powder. But no, that's never happened.
That's what they used to do for advertising.
Remember
they used to literally do that. They'd go to your house and they'd wash your dirty shirt. Now you just get some, I don't know, transgenderism, Trans Am dude trying to sell you something.
No, we never had traveling salesmen when I was a kid. They would be mugged where I live. But we did have brass bands turn up in the street on a Sunday. I don't know whether you had that in Australia, but yeah, tiddly on pom pom. They come down the street, really excited. The kids would be. I would be. Because there was a proper brass band that would just turn up in your little street.
That happens almost weekly here, and after a while, you're just like, ah.
Yeah, well, it's not very good music, brass band music. It's not like finger tapping.
They've got here in Spain when they do the fiestas, they march through the streets, and they do the fiestas about weekly, and they've got this one instrument. It sounds like a kazoo on steroids.
I know the one.
Like,
I know it.
Oh my god!
I went to a carnival.
Annoying sound, and it's like I want a pellet gun, so I can just like
a thing they whine. Or do they blow it?
I don't think they whine. No, it's a reed instrument, I think.
Mike, can you give us a sample of that right
North
now?
African.
Of what?
I'm just kidding.
I got a kazoo. I got one. Yeah.
Oh, that's not a kazoo.
No, I don't know what it is.
That's what are they called?
I don't know.
A whistle, a something whistle.
Pipe whistle.
I've got an ocarina. Actually, I need to go to the bathroom.
I've got an ocarina somewhere. Hey, ocarina. Oh, that's a good song.
Come here, dog H. Come here. Up here.
Whose doggy is it, man? Who's German Shepherd? Or is it an Alsatian?
Come up here.
And what's his name? What's the doggy's name?
Rain, she's beautiful. She's a German Shepherd.
Rain.
Rain, come here,
Here you go.
No, my son just turned up, so...
oh, bloody hell. Now we're playing second fiddle again. I'm more interested.
She wakes you up by licking your face and numbing your hair. She chews your hair to get you awake, and then just licks all over your face. She's fucking lovely. I love her.
Oh, look, Bernie's got a dog. There's dogs everywhere. Bernie's just feeding his puppy dog.
Hi, son.
I don't have a puppy dog. I'd like a puppy dog, but I don't think I can get one for another.
Well, I'm thinking of getting... This, she's gonna be having a litter because she's ready for and she's like she's got all the certificates. Sorry,
Campbell is moving to Kelly's farm. You're gonna have to send Campbell a puppy for Kelly's farm.
Oh, these are going to be beautiful. She got the certificates and all that. This is a proper thoroughbred. She can like trace back and stuff. This dog. So yeah, it's got all the paperwork. It's beautiful, really intelligent. She is. So I wouldn't mind one of her litter, but like because of my age, I'm thinking that like they live 16 to 17 years. So it's like literally, if I had a dog, I'd have it till I'm like in my 70s or something. Because my age.
Wow.
So
that's cool.
So I got to think about that.
Yeah, well, then you'll have a friend when you're old, right? You can teach it to get beer from the fridge.
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking this, Campbell.
Yeah.
I might just have to get a dog. Yeah, I know. I do know. And I love them. I love dogs. I go all dopey for dogs. I'm like, fucking love them.
You didn't get a pandemic pet?
We're purer than most people, just innocent and happy.
And and they're loyal as well. They're loyal friends. They don't fuck you over. Dogs. They always, they take a bullet for you. Dogs, wouldn't they? If anyone attacked you and they love you, they'd be like, ah, no one could get you.
Man.
They're proper protective, and they would protect your children as well. There's a famous Welsh tale here in Wales about the Prince Geraint. It's like one of our famous Welsh myths, and the story is he took his son out hunting with his hunting dog, and he left his son under a tree, and he went off to retrieve his kill. He came back to find that there was blood all around the dog Geraint, and the child was killed, mutilated. So instantly, he drew the conclusion that his dog had turned and killed his kid, who was going to be a prince, and killed Geraint. There's a statue there now to commemorate it. You can visit. Only once he killed Geraint, a wolf came out of the bushes. Yeah, so he literally fought the wolf and lost.
The dog, yeah.
So a good moral there, I think.
I know, and there's so many. I mean, love dogs. What is it with dogs? I mean, how many dog stories are there? Like Old Yeller and Lassie and all these dog tales that just tug at your heartstrings, man. And most of them end up bloody dying in the end. It's shocking.
It is really sad, especially with Old Yellow. That's heartbreaking. How can they even put us through that? That's terrible. What?
And that's a kids' movie.
Trauma-based mind control.
It is mind control. Trauma-based mind control. It is mind control.
Here's a wonderful creature. It's like, Bambi, like, oh, it's all wonderful, Thumper in the forest, and then bam, fire, mom dead.
Isn't Disney? Aren't all Disney tales? All the Disney characters, they're orphans, right? It's the orphans.
Well, Hansel and Gretel, or Little Red Riding Hood as well. It's all like orphan stuff. But Hansel and Gretel, so they're getting tempted into a house by a witch with a house covered in sweets because she's going to eat them. And in Red Riding Hood, the grandmother's dressed as a wolf because she's going to eat her. There's a lot of children being eaten, isn't there, in these nurseries, right? Grimm's fairy tales, I covered a little while ago because they got like Tom Thumb and all of these other really groovy, sort of themes. And they just started to remake it. There's a new series of Grimm's fairy tales coming out now.
Oh, okay.
So they're
they were weird dudes, those Grimm people.
Mirror on the wall. Grimm, right? Who is the greatest or fairest of them all? Doesn't even exist.
I know.
It's magic.
Neither
Mirror.
does E.T. Phone Home.
That no one ever said ever. What? E.T. Phone Home?
He did not say phone home.
What?
Guess what he said? And I kid you not, this is in the movie. E.T. home phone.
No way, Jose, that did not happen. I'm sorry, I've watched E.T. 150 times.
I know, right?
Oh, no.
It doesn't even make sense.
It makes no sense.
Doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Fucking hell. I'm not going to watch it back now because I took my head in, but wow.
Where are we living, man? What is going on with this reality? Someone's, I don't know, kicked over the CPU or something, and they're like frantically trying to get things working again.
There's some they leave in there to play with us.
When everything became remastered, did they just fuck with all of humanity and re-record everything? It just
I know.
Are we in a remastered tape of
Or in a remastered version of reality.
The greatest hits of humanity.
Maybe we just done this over and over again, tweaking it, and this is like, we're going to do this again at some stage.
Well, that's the other thing, right? Is that what deja vu is and synchronicity and stuff? Is it because there is some kind of a script and we're just trying to get it right?
Maybe. If we play this over and over again, like Groundhog Day, I was thinking about the NCPs and their role in all of this. How is that working for? I don't like to call them that, but they are seemingly not really in it, are they? So what would their point be? Are they just space fillers, or
to make us maybe not feel so lonely?
But if there's only real players, certain amount here, then surely there wouldn't be a need for that, would there?
Well, I don't know. They're there to either pull us into the game
system.
Yeah, pull us into the system. Like, they're the ones that are like, get a job, and I'm a policeman, you need to do this. And
yes.
So they to pull us in, and it's our job to sort of understand that they're just full of crap and we shouldn't listen to them because they're just, blips on a screen. Yes, exactly right. C3PO, Martin just held it up. He's supposed
to. Yeah, two gold
apparently
legs.
He has a silver leg now, but Martin has the proof.
I bought that in 1977 when the film was out in the cinema, and I kept it all that time.
See, that was the other weirdest one, man. C3PO suddenly had a silver leg in Star Wars. I was just like,
what?
Yes,
really?
silver leg. Yes, you could even buy them with silver legs.
Movie.
That's so weird.
Well, and also there's the one with Luke.
Movies, he's now got a silver leg.
Oh, Luke, I am your father.
Luke, yeah, but it's no, I am your father, and I'm like, there's no way in hell.
No, he didn't say that. It makes no sense either.
No, I am your father.
Like dollies with braces makes no sense.
We gotta start digging out the VHS and see what's on there, and it's like. It's like if it's changed on the VHS, then that's got to be a confirmed Mandela effect. Or if it's just the remasters, then it's just some sort of spell casting that they're fucking with us.
How's this one?
The Moonraker one was huge because the whole.
Sorry,
we always start at the same
time. Yeah.
Star Wars Christmas special movie.
See, that's threes as well. I think they're doing three spells.
You can find it.
Saying the word three times.
For Star Wars.
A lot of S's as well. Very serpenty.
When was
the whole
Christmas?
Dolly Moonraker thing?
That makes no sense.
The whole point of that scene was that he had the metal mouth, she had the metal mouth. These, the Beauty and the Beast, they find each other. That was the whole thing. Yeah. And like now she doesn't have braces. No way. That is that.
Yeah, but they made an advert later, emulating that sketch in Moonraker where she had braces. So it has happened, but not in the film. No. So it makes no sense.
But not in the film.
There you go. Star Wars Holiday Special. Star Wars 1978 complete holiday special, and they sing songs.
What is that?
They do like musical stuff and do like songs.
No way.
And who is in it? Was it like the original actors and actors?
Yeah. The original cast. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, and there's an interview here with Harrison Ford talking about it from a few years ago, saying how embarrassed he was.
I don't remember that. And where did Cambell shit from? I'd never seen him before years ago, and now he's this big star and everyone knows him. Where the hell did he come from? I don't even know.
He came from the Man Show.
Fallon. Or Jimmy Kimmel.
Oh, no, Fallon. Fallon. Yeah, I don't know.
Where did he come from, Fallon?
Like, did they just deep fake it and then put him on Jimmy Kimmel to talk about it? Like,
do you see what I mean? It might be something like that.
I mean, it's there for
create a whole new movie and rights.
But this is the thing. They're all young. They all look like they're doing Star Wars. It's a full-on Mandela. But you got to watch it. I can't show it or we'll get copyright. But seriously, they sing.
No, I gotta watch this.
It's like musical.
Check it out after.
And it's Princess Leia and Chewbacca and Luke singing Christmas songs and stuff. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
I just never heard or seen
that. It's screwing with us.
So bizarre, man.
I have
I would
one
recommend
friend named Ian Mack from like, I've known him since elementary, and he has like a pictographic or whatever the memory is.
Yeah.
And
Photographic
he
memory.
was the biggest like nerd of all nerds of Star Wars. So I'm gonna have to ask him if he'd ever heard of it or seen it.
That would be good.
Because like, if there's one person that would know.
Well, I'm pretty up on. I've watched them all 100 times. I think I know what my mind has heard. I'm not doubting, that, and I think it has changed. So how could that be?
And
Calendar changes being mentally recorded.
Some element of reality would have to be a simulation, I guess, like one of the dimensions that runs within it.
I was pondering what would what's just happened and all the weirdness, especially the NCPs, or if we'd had some sort of interdimensional invasion, like something from another parallel dimension had come and like into this dimension and just trying to gain control. If it was along those lines, I was wondering.
Yeah, it's because all the DMT
really
people
strange.
are smoking.
Really strange.
Yeah, that's kind of like the latest Star Trek Discovery, I think.
Really?
Yeah, the most recent year or whatever, they had like this interdimensional AI thing that like came in through some time warp, and it was like the Vulcan or whatever the heck they are in that one, where the ones with the pointy ears have merged together. Yeah, but not the Vulcans,
Romulans.
the other ones.
Romulans.
The Romulans.
Oh, yeah.
The Romulans have this like cult that like prophesies the end of the universe of this AI that's from another dimension, and then sure enough it like materialized, and then it's pretty intense. It's definitely if you're a Trekkie, if there's any Trekkie in you, I recommend checking it out.
What do they drink, Romulans?
Oh, what?
What do they drink? What do they drink, the Romulans? Can you remember that?
Oh, God. See, no. You're calling out my half-drop.
Gah. It's called gah. Gah. They get very drunk on it, apparently. Thanks. If you just excuse me for a second, I just need to go to the restroom. I'll be back now, right?
Most definitely, sir.
Thank you.
Good stellium.
You and me, Bernie, what are we going to talk about now? Where do we go?
Your microscope and how awesome it is, and how I need to start using a microscope.
Did you get yourself one of those? It's
Not
like 40
yet.
euros. Did you guys or 40 bucks?
Although I have a really old school microscope sitting right here that I should probably start using, figuring out.
What does that go up to? That looks big.
I don't really know. It was kind of like an random inherited from a friend's like past uncle or something like that, I think, and gotta hook it up. Gotta start using it.
Did I share that picture of it was a gnat's wing, and the wing was like that. It was just so tiny, and 1000x. It's amazing. It brings it all. You can see all the detail.
I saw those pictures you shared, right? Was it in your community section on YouTube?
Maybe, might be there. I'm not sure. I haven't been using the computer for a while, so I need to like reacquaint myself with my file structure. I'm not finding things is not easy in this moment. So.
Right? There's just always so much.
1000x for 40 euros. I wish I had this as a kid.
Right? That's amazing. I'm definitely have.
I would probably end up going into biology or chemistry or something if I had known how far out the world was. There's so much. I was always looking out into space, and we're going to colonize, and I was a big space junkie as a kid, and believing all the evolution stuff and Big Bang and we're just now we're at the pinnacle of evolution, and we're going to the stars, and we're not gonna get hit by a rock, and
the YOLO lie
and wiped out forever. So and there's so many things that I just kind of didn't even give the time of day because they were uninteresting to me, because I had that perspective, and it was all about what was coming in the future, and had no idea how amazing the past was, and how magnificent, and on what a scale, and how widespread, and all this potential antiquitech and all this. It's like, if I had known about the past, I would. It's only now at 50 plus that I'm going in, like, starting to realize, wow, it's all those ancient texts that were telling all the really far out truths and information. And so you've
listen to how excited you are about it, and that at 50 you get to be a kid all over again with a whole new reality.
I know. I would say.
Yeah. It's definitely a whole relearning that you gotta. That was thing. My friend Alex Michael. Close friend, he's the one who started getting me looking at Earth shape, and that was just.
Oh, is it? Alex is responsible, is he?
Yeah, directly. Yeah, no, he was looking at that like 3-4 months before me. He was starting to watch Mark Sargent's videos, and then eventually he came across Jaron and Globebusters and these guys, but yeah, no, it's surreal when you start to know it's real, as when you start to like look for the evidence, because I was trying to, he was trying to flat smack me, and I was trying to disprove him, and everything I brought up, he was able to defeat easily, like, and so. It started with photographs from space. No, damn, they are all CGI. It's like, what?
Yeah, that's an easy one.
And then all these little coincidence anomalies, like the sun and the moon being the same size, despite their distances and relative sizes and all, and then it was, but surely, satellites in space, and satellite footage, live footage from the ISS, and it's just like one by one. On
YouTube live. That would be brilliant. From the ISS on YouTube live, so we can talk to them in their chat stream while
I had a great idea for an experiment. If they're up there, first of all, they never point a camera out the window, right?
Ever.
And I once saw footage where the guy is playing with zero G, and it's a camera. It's a nice camera. You would expect NASA to have nothing but the best, right? And the lens is a good over a foot long, so it's got a powerful zoom. Like, okay, well, all of those cameras nowadays, they can record in HD. Why not record all around from the inside of the ISS and then go point it at one of the windows looking out and down at Earth? And that shot has never been done. And the camera's on the ISS, supposedly. But the thing that really, what was the other thing? Lost my train of thought. I thought of a really simple experiment that could be done. You get like 1,000 flat earthers together. I've got a flashlight that I bought for $15 online. That's 1,500 lumens. In fact, I used 2 of them in my, I did a live stream called Spelunking Titans, where I did a live stream from up at the eye, but I also did one called Spelunking Titans, where I went into some other caves that I'd been in before. And I had 2 of these things, held them together, because 1,500 lumens is pretty bright. That was fun. But you get 1,000 flat earthers with these 1,500 lumen flashlights sitting close together, and you coordinate voice with the ISS while they're looking down, and then you have a live stream, and the flat earthers go, okay, 1, 2, 3, all right, on, all right, off, okay, now on, and there should be a direct correlation between what they're seeing on the ISS and what's being. Very cheap experiment.
Really good.
Put it to rest, right? Like, it doesn't have to be 1,000 flat earthers, but the point is they won't be doing that.
Like, these are like possible.
How much light do you need to have on the ground to see it up from space? Well, according to all of these flyovers, like, you got all the city lights and street lights, and it's like most of those aren't.
It's bullshit. They show the Nile Delta full of cities, and it's not. It's like the Nile Delta on their shot is just full of lights, but in reality, it's like the Nile Delta. Yeah, it's not full of cities. No, they can't get high enough to take a picture, and that's the end of it. That's the end of it.
Then I started looking at distance over water, you know, and I saw the P900 zoom test, and it's like, holy shit! Wait a minute, boats don't go over the horizon. Like we were taught in school, like you can zoom a boat back at,
now.
You know,
Black Swan.
You know, it's like we're not seeing around that. We're not seeing around a curve there. You know, these like pulling the boat back from invisibility. You know, so that was like whoa. And then I remembered that I've seen Ibiza here a bunch of times, and it's 90 kilometers from you know the tip of where I'm at to Ibiza. And I went out with my phone. Nothing shows up. I'm not even showing up. What's up? I went out with my phone and I took several pictures, and the two highest peaks in Ibiza, I can't remember what the numbers are right now, but you've got the peaks and then you have the saddle between the peaks. And you know, based on the curvature math, and I was really good at geometry in high school, there should be 200 meters of the bottom of Ibiza should be obscured at that distance with my viewing altitude. And you can check that across 4 different ways to calculate curvature. And it doesn't add up because with my phone, I got the whole, like you can see the horizon, and then you see the saddle sitting 200 meters up above the horizon, and that should be on the horizon. So that really, and then I went back another day with the camera and I pulled binoculars and I put them in front of the little eye of the camera on my phone.
I've done that.
So I got it because I don't have a powerful zoom. So I thought, what the heck? I got an amazing picture of
it works. It works, brother. I've done it with my binoculars. It works well. Yeah.
I'll share this picture. This is worth sharing.
I've seen loads of things that I shouldn't have on the horizon when I was in the Merchant Navy. It was just like days out. That thing's 150 miles away. Why am I still seeing
Sojourn, wake up your kids. How can you say your children are NPCs, my dear?
Martin, what's the furthest you've ever seen with a periscope? You were in a submarine, or were you on boats, or were you underwater?
No, I was in the Merchant Navy, but I spent a lot of time, you know, the radar sort of gives things away. Like, you know, if there was some sort of curvature, the radar would be able to show a horizontal image of the entire coastline, including rain or flocks of birds, all show up on the radar. Completely impossible if there was any sort of curvature present that way and that way, which they say there is. But like I would see like a volcanic island, like, you know, like we've been like 2 days out now. That must be 150 nautical miles away. Why am I still seeing it, Captain? Is what I used to say. And he used to just like, you know, sort of always smile, roll his eyes, look at the chief, and just not answer me. And I said this about 3-4 times over, you know, different voyages. How am I seeing that? How am I seeing that? You know, because of Earth curve, and isn't the horizon, you know, the apparent horizon? But then I was thinking the horizon was a physical object rather than an optical anomaly. I didn't really understand perspective or anything back then. But now, as a flat earther, I know for a fact there is just no way that I should have been seeing these things, you know, hundreds of miles away.
Same with submarines. The way that submarines
periscope
track
depth.
with their radar.
Yeah, and the periscope depth has to remain a constant. Yeah. So
and which same as planes, they don't pull the nose tip down.
10 things that have never been said. Sick up to be passengers. We are dipping our nose 15 degrees to account for the curvature of Earth, like no pilot said ever.
No.
You know, if this was all real and there was a globe, the rocket wouldn't even need to go up. It could just go that way, and eventually it would hit out into space, apparently, because it's on a globe.
Exactly.
But they go up. Yeah, and then but they wouldn't need to. They could just go that way. And planes, if you know, if there was any like curvature of Earth, it's just insanity. Can you imagine having a plumb bob, right? Yeah, upside down where you are, Campbell. Maybe you could try this plumb bob and see how this works when you're upside down.
Marticus, did you make it on an Illuminati card game?
That's good.
Is that a planet? Is that a new planet you've discovered there, Mike?
This is Planet Ibiza. You guys, they just discovered it.
Planet Ibiza, send me there.
It's in the Iberian galaxy. Planet Ibiza. But
wow.
No, I was going to show
Planet Ibiza.
Let's see.
Ibiza.
So this isn't a picture taken from another location. But this is showing very, very
Oh yeah.
I hear it smells like rotten eggs. So this is these are the two highest peaks on Ibiza, and then this is a little island out in front of Ibiza called Es Vedra that I'm wondering someday I want to go there and see because it's got a very Titan vibe to it. This is that saddle I was talking about. That is, if you go on Google Earth, you can put your and you know look from above. You can put your cursor all over this area, and the highest point of that saddle is 200 meters, and then these are like 500 meters or something. What's going off here? These are I can't remember the exact numbers, but they're the two tallest peaks.
1,500 foot then.
So all of this should have been obscured. So like I said, this isn't my photograph, but this I'll show you the photograph I took. This is through my Sam's phone with a little tiny cheap pair of binoculars in front of the screen, and damn it, there we go.
You can still see.
You can see how much of that saddle is there. It's all there. So that that was really a shaker for me.
Yeah. The thing that got me was the stars, man. No parallax.
Yeah.
I mean,
should
they
be
just
showing
wiped out
itself,
everything, right? Astrology, like impossible in a spinning ball.
I just think it's all ridiculous anyway. There's no evidence for any of this, No evidence at all. My reality. If anyone was to ask me, why do you think it's flat? I'd be like, my answer is because it looks flat. That's it. I'm going for my direct experience.
And that's kind of the biggest answer is because you have to be taught that it's not flat, don't you? You have to be taught it's a ball, and then you have to know all the and all this stuff that has to happen and everything for it to work. And then at the end of it all, you have to not trust your own senses.
Yeah, so I watched an interesting debate the other night with some globe advocates on Awesome Austin show. David Weiss was trying to talk to them. It was impossible. And what I noticed in 8 years of talking to these people, not once, right, will they look at it on a balanced perspective and say, okay, that's interesting. Maybe that is happening. Always angry. You're a fucking retard, and that's the end of it. That's what we always get. Okay, never any understanding, never any, middle ground, or can we just agree to disagree? Never any of that. It's always, I'm a superior high ground. It's a globe. You can shut up. You're stupid. That's all we ever get.
That's because the science is decided, and all scientists agree.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. It's all balanced on maths. We totally get that. But the maths is not quite cracking it anymore. And it was pulled apart the other night, especially concerning the the horizon. That is brilliant.
You can tell it's curved because it looks so flat.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Even they're just telling us, even Tyson is telling us that shit's flat, yo. Why would he even call out Felix Baumgartner, who's supposed to be, showing this, whole of Arizona world below him? That's the globe, Arizona below him. That was the whole globe with his fisheye lens.
Talking about how tiny we are.
Planet. But you notice that, right, with the ISS, when they're outside doing these apparent spacewalks and stuff, because they got the fisheye lens, but they got the whole globe below them or half of it, and you never see them pan down to show you the bottom half, and you try to work out where these continents would be stuck, and where's Antarctica? It's supposed to be down there. You just can never ever work any of this out. And why is it always standing up? Why is the map always upright in like a Mercator? I mean, North America on the top. Are they never upside down or anything? So you could see, South America on the top and North America, and it's always that same northern perspective. But the reality wouldn't be like that, would it?
Probably show the extra land.
Yeah, well, that's what it is, isn't it?
The ones that we're not allowed to look at, man.
That's definitely what they're doing. Extra land. I'm convinced. It's that.
They must have photos, right, of further afield.
Yeah, I'd be thinking that too. I've wanted photographs of that, and I've wanted the real map, but I don't think we can measure this place like Tesla said. This place is a realm, and you cannot measure it. So I'm going on that. Maybe the outside bits are maybe they're unrendered because we haven't seen them yet.
How do you measure something you're inside of?
Maybe.
How do you measure something you're inside of?
Well, this is a point,
How do you
isn't it?
measure
They can't
something
really The biggest one as well is the pressure system, isn't it? It's like they've invented like this vacuum in space, and like you're supposed to have this air next to it.
I asked AI. I said, "Is it possible?" When I was talking to AI, and I said, "How do you have, or can you have a low pressure system, or a contained pressure system next to a low pressure system?" And it said yes.
Right. Well, that's not the case.
Big answer, and at the very end, it kind of went, "But you need a container."
But you need a container.
Yeah, well, fuck you, you know. But this is what they do. Because
I thought it would have said that.
They say that the atmosphere goes out to the moon now.
Yeah, that's right. I pulled a guy on it. It was like trying to space me out, man. He was like trying to like show how superior he was in spacey knowledge. It was like, mate, the moon's supposed to be in Earth's atmosphere, and he got his air off with me and literally Googled it. And he went, "The moon is thought to be in." Okay, sorry. It's like, yeah, I know. So, but they only done that 2 years ago.
They did that. Yeah, they did that because they had to cover up for some other thing that would have exposed the lie. What was it they were trying to cover up? I can't remember.
Is that a bit of
besides the whole
telling us that the moon's in the system? I mean, are they going to tell us the sun's in the system next?
Well, they say like there's supposed to be some atmospheric drag with the ISS, isn't there? They got literally boosters underneath it. Oh no, apparently every 6 months or so, they have to put on these boosters and put her higher up in low Earth orbit because basically it gets friction from atoms of matter from our atmosphere out there where the ISS is at 240 miles away. It would have a fuck load more than that. If all of this is just wank if it was even up there. But so they apparently lift it. Again? They lift it, yeah, with some sort of propulsion system.
Yeah, but every so often pushing against. This is their problem in space.
Well, I got a video that I put on my channel, a guy in NASA talking about, somebody literally asks him that question in a NASA museum, and he tried to explain it with the module, the moon landing module behind him. He said, "Oh, well, the gas expands and causes a propulsion or causes an outward push as the gas expands, but in a vacuum, how can we understand how a gas would operate in a vacuum? We all look like we've seen vacuum bells, no sound, vibrations limited. It's a vacuum.
It would instantly disperse into the, because that's what it would
no
do.
Propulsion.
Right? It disperses. Yeah, no propulsion. Yeah, no way.
And this also another thing that annoys me is the absolute cold and the absolute heat all at the same time. And if you look into research why this is, because of the disbursement. So it's ultimately freezing, but you won't feel it that way, and it won't damage everything because it's all spaced out because we're in a vacuum, but they're still there. And the same for the heat. Makes
no sense. Like where we are up. Wherever the heck I am in this Canada realm, when these like light sprites happen, it gets so cold and it just feels like all the energy is just sucked out. And then like within a few hours, we get this Chinook thing and it goes from like minus 40 Celsius to plus 15 Celsius in the middle of the night, and all the snow starts melting, and it's weird.
That's
happens so quick like that. It's just crazy weird. But that cold, wow.
That's
that cold to then like that hot, like it's like 40-50 degree change in like a matter of like a few hours. It's nuts.
Weird.
Well, the thing also about the gas pressure without a barrier is they explain it away by talking about a gravitational gradient. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Where it's like the further away from you get, the weaker gravity gets. And I said, okay, well, that's a pretty damn delicate equilibrium there between the pressurized atmosphere and the vacuum of space, no matter how strong the vacuum is. But the vacuum is pulling from all sides at the same time in their model. So even if it was a weaker vacuum, eventually it should suck that out. Okay, fine. So even if you accept the delicate equilibrium idea of that, what about all the holes they're punching in that equilibrium by sending rockets to space? Why wouldn't all of the atmosphere of the Earth follow after the rocket as it's exiting into space? That makes no sense whatsoever. I've never heard anybody actually say that.
Or how is it still burning as it's leaving it? And like what's really weird and what I've been watching now are some of these intercontinental missiles or whatnot, but these just giant plasma vortexes that like open up around them, and like people think they're UFOs, but it's like they're acknowledged launched internet or intercontinental ballistic missiles that like either the US or Russia test, but you see them and it's like they're these weird, like, just looks like portals almost opening up whatever the heck it is doing, and like it freaks everyone out that are around it.
It looks like you're looking at a boat on the water, like those ones, and then it gets like the big
kind of actually
goes around it. Yeah, so it's almost like it's hitting.
It's like splitting through above, something.
Right? Waters above.
Well, the Go Fast rocket, you guys have all seen that, right? The Go Fast rocket flying straight up.
Yep.
The first amateur rocket to go to space, right, or closer, and that thing is spinning, zzz, as and then it just like it comes to a slow, sloshy stop, and you can hear it almost sounds like water sounds, and then it starts to fall, but it's not hitting the firmament. It's not, it's just like, and then it comes to stop and then starts to fall down. I saw a presentation by Udo Landucci on Globusters some years back where he was talking, and he was, he had the NASA documents on screen and looking at what they talk about atmospheric distribution when it comes to the noble gases, and then up at the, I guess it's the Kármán line, where the firmament probably is, but at that crossover point. They say is the largest quantities of sulfur hexafluoride in the world, right? And why it's 4 times denser than air. So I don't know why sulfur hexafluoride would be above the air if it's 4 times denser, considering. So I think it has to do with the dome and electromagnetics, and that, maybe some kind of superconducting, like it, it sticks to the firmament or something. Yeah, but it's I think it's being generated by plasma, like thinking of the Primer fields and those magnets. And there's the confinement ring, and then there's the confinement dome, and then it's showing all the different flows of the arrows of the electromagnetic movement. And then that can actually create both heat. The plasma physics can create both heat or ice, hot or cold. So it can go either direction. So that could explain the firmament. It could explain the outer ring. All of that stuff can be explained through the plasma physics model. But the interesting thing, and I don't know whether that would explain the sulfur hexafluoride, in the upper atmosphere. But the fact is that it's 4 times denser than air. It immediately extinguishes all flame. So there's no possibility of combustion in the presence of sulfur hexafluoride. And they put it in like fire extinguishers, and they shoot it at flames, and the flame just instantly goes out. It's that stuff that if you breathe it in, it makes you talk really deep. It's like the opposite of, the laughing gas that makes people sound like cartoon characters. So that's a really fascinating thing, is that the prevalence of that stuff up there. So that would make sense. Like if the Go Fast rocket hit that gas, it would immediately extinguish its propulsion. It's 4 times denser than air, so that would be kind of water-like, but not as dense as water, right? And it just kind of comes to this sloshy stop, and then there's that stuff that we've seen, where it looks like they're skipping across water, like the wake of a boat or the firmament. So that might just be the way, and maybe that's what keeps it. Maybe that layer is there to prevent from propulsion technology doing something to the firmament, but that's obviously. Massive.
Yeah, well, we've got Operation Fishbowl and things like this, right? When they were literally shooting nukes at the firmament. So was the reason they didn't get through because they were being extinguished before they could hit it properly. But
yeah, well, and those definitely do look like they exploded against the surface and emanated outward in a ring. There's no doubt about that when you look at it. But I suppose you could argue that fireworks look the same way, and they're not hitting something; they're just,
exploding. Indeed.
Yeah, just excuse me.
All right, so how's everyone going? We've been live for 4 hours.
I know.
Holy dooly.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to be going to bed pretty soon. It is 7:30 a.m. on New Year's Eve day here in Calgary, and I got to do New Year's Eve all over again when I wake up tonight and stream a rave party.
Yeah, is that what it is? A dance party? Yeah, right.
Dance party with my friend KY Smooth from the Science of Sound. And that reminds me, we're going to have both the YouTube back for Science of Sound, Stellium and Martin, and go on more about like the throat singing and like the different aspects of everything that you guys were talking about earlier. I was listening outside having a smoke when you guys were specifically talking about that, and I forgot to bring it up until now.
I went to look for my ocarina. I couldn't find it. So.
Oh, no.
You saved all our ears.
Well,
or was that the bad one or the good one? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Rude, dude.
No,
was I rude? Sorry, I thought we were talking about the kazoo angry thingy that you don't.
Might be a maestro on the ocarina.
So let's set out.
Gentlemen, it's been a real pleasure.
Yeah.
I need to go as well. So
cool.
Wonderful talking with you all. This is fun. Thank you for the invite.
Let's set our intention for 20.
Till next time.
Yes.
What is it?
Our intention is 2023. Graham Hancock and us before the end of it all, and Michael Tellinger. We're going to be doing a few of them.
Well, that'd be good. We set our visions a little bit higher for a greater day, but yeah, they'll do for a little thing.
That'll do for a little bit.
The first 3 months, we want world peace by the end of 2023. That's what we want. We want realm-wide peace.
Yeah, bomb them into peace. That was what they do. Yeah,
exactly.
Put love on the bomb. We love you.
Realm-wide peace. That sounds good. Peace and love. Keep your hearts soft, everybody. They work better that way. Unlike those petrified ones to the side there. Those are not very soft. You don't want that.
Keep your hearts soft.
Thanks for the invite, Campbell.
Bye, guys.
Hanging out with you guys.
No hearts of coal. Just love.
Okay, Mike's gone. Thanks for being here, Mike. Thanks for being here, Martin. And we'll definitely have to get you back on. And thank you, everyone, for 542 of you in chat. Thank you for being here and spending some time with us. We love you all. And have an amazing New Year's Eve wherever you are. And we will see you all in the new year. Well, Bernie might see you in New Year's Eve. Wherever you are in the realm, we'll see you sometime in the future. And we love you.
Love you all. Happy New Year.
Much love.
Right, guys. Take it easy. Bye for now.
On the next one.
Woohoo. Bye.